What's up? What's up? What's up, Ozeki? I see you on YouTube. I'll give everybody a second to get in here. Good morning, good morning. Oh man, it's a crazy day yesterday. So really with Bitcoin, I know everybody kind of got really bullish like through all this. Wait, that's old. But in all reality, we're still just up here in this 4-hour supply zone. I mean, it's not to say that it won't get broken, but you got to remember this is your strong high, so you have to assume that it's not going to get broken until it is with a closure above it. If you're like me, I mean, I'm not gonna a wick above it's not going to be a break of structure for me. So really here, what we're looking at is just a pump back up into the extreme premium, also into this supply. So longing here is kind of backwards in the way that I look at things. Now, if we break above this close, then I'll wait for the retrace and long. But longing Bitcoin, not anything, but longing Bitcoin here is kind of redundant, if you ask me. And maybe unless you're just scalping this range or something, I don't know. Um, you could say, oh, I'm going to scalp demand, and after this, there's ways you could play it, but it's very short-lived and not necessarily what I would be playing. Oops. I think we already started a breakout on internal structure last night a little bit. Yeah, if you wanna, if you use inside bars, we gotta change the character there. That would leave. I mean, I wouldn't trade this either. This is just, this would be really, really aggressive. Looks like that's probably what we just pumped into right now. I wouldn't, be shorting this yet either. So don't get me wrong, but I do see the more shorts would be the more logical case. It's probably gonna come up into this. It probably will come up farther than where it's at right now, if I had to guess. But right now, what I'm doing is I'm waiting. I haven't looked at other stuff today, but I'm waiting for these changes of character. Preferably, I'd like us to make one more high. Like, I'd like us to clear this high, and that would give us this as our swing low on the 15-minute, and it'd be a much nicer little consolidation we had to trade. So basically, what we're looking for here is for price to break its swing low showing you the 15-minute is shifting bearish. You can see that supply is definitely remaining up in that wick. But you know, we're waiting for that supply, or I'm sorry, yeah, the supply to overtake the demand, because we're up in this zone of supply. There's probably a lot of orders. If you look, the last time we came into this zone, this is really where we started to sell off from, was like really in this wick specifically. But all through this wick, these wicks, this whole zone, you could draw the whole zone, but obviously that's pretty, it's not really precise. So once we refine this down, you know, we can go back in here and find smaller time frame order blocks, whatever. But we know there's a lot of supply up in this area. So upon that assumption, we're going to be cautious. If you, I'll just go ahead and say it. If you're trying to long on Bitcoin up here, unless you're just scalping, like I said, then you're just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what bias or what logic you have there. But let's look at some other coins. I want to see. You know, what's funny, Waves. I took a glance at this on my phone. Because Hunter said something about it. This should actually, like, I mean, you know, depending on how you draw your swing structure. I mean, I really think this was a pullback. I mean, it's just really shitty price action. But I mean, Waves closed above this 4 hour right there, or the 4 hour strong high. I mean, it's kind of hard to say if it's a strong high or not. I mean, this is really like almost still one price swing, but you don't have much to work with. You know, unless you think it's the only, which I see that notion. But regardless, oh yeah, my VPN is on. I'm glad you let me know. Hold on. Also, if anybody on YouTube wants to drop and let me know that the stream is a little bit better, that'd be nice. My bad on that. My PC, I left it on overnight, and I still have my VPN on. Cool. Yeah, I appreciate you letting me know. I just kept going. But you know, with Waves here, this is interesting because you know it closed way above this zone, and you know, I'm sure you could find some supply somewhere over here, but you know, it's really not the greatest price action on the high time frames. Get that gap right there. Um, you know, the next zone of supply is really all the way up here. It's that pivot supply right there, probably preferably within this candle is what I would refine it down to, because this is where you really started to see the selling. But I mean, now do I think Waves is going there? I mean, I don't think it's not going there, and I don't think it is going there. This price action is just, I mean, you know, if I had to set guess, this is just devs trying to pump, you know, liquidity to get out. I could be wrong, but let's actually take a look. I'm curious to see what's in this huge doji over here. I just want to see on the lower time frames. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. This doesn't really seem like much displacement came after it. I wouldn't really pay too much interest in this. Price action here is pretty rough, but regardless, even if we are bullish here, you know, say we did just you know, break out and the, you know, Waves is bullish again, well, you're still going to have a pretty big pullback. So I'm going to look for shorts upon a shift in structure in the 15-minute and play down to these inefficiencies, and which is more than enough of a move. You know, we don't have to short all the way down to $4 in order for it to be worthwhile. This is going to be a pretty key area of interest for me. The sell to buy, or yeah, sell to buy wicks, and then also really just this 4 hour IPA as well. The fill of that fair value gap. That's the zone I would watch. Probably just watch this. It's kind of that rally base rally. I'll actually probably move this down to here. Just mark this. I just am curious to see how we react, but probably somewhere in here is where I would look for, you know, probably to be out of the shorts in full, which is, I mean, totally enough. Um, Again, the price action's not really the best here. I would like this to form a little bit more, maybe even make one more high, like a lot of stuff, just to give us better price action to work with. But you know that I'm just waiting on that one. Rune. This is what I want other stuff to do right here. I want it to make that new high, so I can drag this level. We're gonna get a change of character over here. Seems like there was still supply left somewhere over here. Because once that gets wicked out like that, personally, I'm looking for another area. I'd say probably somewhere in this wick, actually. I'm just curious. I'm also not really super familiar with rune price action. We've traded it before, as you guys know, but actually, this might be a better zone right there. That's really refining it. Just because I'm looking for where the selling really began. And if you see there's, really big move here. We also broke swing structure in the 15-minute there. There's been old swing high, new high, a new high. So what's the lowest point between the two? So you nice break a structure following this supply zone. And then also, did you flip any demand? Yeah, you really kind of flip demand here as well because this demand broke a swing high. You got to close or above really anything over here. That'd be a pretty strong zone. I'll leave this up just to see how we react to it if we even get up there. Just leave that and then kind of come back to that later. Tomo. Oh my gosh, it's fucking gapping down. So here you actually looks like you gotta change a character. Oops, what did I just do? So we came up into this 4-hour supply zone. A lot of liquidity up here. Oh wow, it's dumping. Did it clear that? It looks like it did. Yeah, it did. So we've got a nice little liquidity sweep there. Also, the 4-hour supply. Damn, this shit is dumping. Seems like everything's probably about to. Let's see if we can find maybe a re-entry here, because I'm not gonna chase it, but wow, that's a huge gap for crypto. So we got that initial change of character right there. Come back up. Supply probably was sitting in this wick, if I had to guess. What's my right-click setting to save annotations? So if you like double click on it and you're like, writing, doing whatever, you just click your thing right here and save as, and then it'll come up with a bunch. That way you can right click it. You can also click this. So it's like M15 POI. I'm gonna look. Holy shit. Shit has just jumped off a cliff. As of right now, I'd be watching 2 zones. Again, this is pretty choppy, but you could watch this because obviously we saw some displacement after that. So let's just see up here. So this is not really the greatest price action. If you're playing 1 minute entries, you didn't even get an entry here because here was really your confirmation. You never came back up to this supply. Obviously it's taking a nosedive, but I'd watch price if it comes back up to either one of those 15-minute zones. But other than that, I'm not going to chase this one. So I'll just mark. I'll actually put this fair value gap fill. So I'll mark. I'm just going to send an alert for the first one and then come back and revisit it. Wow, watch everything. Why is that already doing that? Sometimes the alerts are so weird. LRC, I don't think LRC came up into, and I guess if you draw this whole range right here, being pretty liberal with your zone creation there, but I mean, seeming to react. So let's see. Bam. Bam. Here, really, I think everything's just kind of dumping. It's probably going along with the general narrative, but these aren't really like the cleanest little setups here, because I like to see price return back up to these top zones. Sorry, my cat's over here going crazy. I guess you could say it was somewhere in this zone over here, but even then it didn't tap into it. Maybe it did actually. We know it's in supply. I'm gonna move that over there. Oh, I guess this was really your zone right there. Go tap it. How's it? 5628. Yep, tapped it to the penny. It seems like that was your zone, because you did get a nice reaction there. But Tron's up right now. We'll see. So there was the first entry. A lot of this stuff was happening a little earlier this morning. And then you got that flip entry right there, because this is the demand that pushed you back up into your supply. Bam. That would have been nice. So really here, now that we've taken this out again, we're going to look within this candle. Oops. To see if we can get a double confirmation entry on the 15-minute. I have so many alerts that I'm about to run out of that space for them. I don't know what the fuck. Why the fuck? Okay, they were long in fucking ape. I saw that and was like, what the hell? But good news on ape, we might have a short setup presenting itself. Just got that. I don't know if these are gonna wait for us or not, if everything really starts to tank, but I'm not gonna chase it nonetheless. Again, not the greatest price action. I would say right here is really where a lot of the selling began. It's also probably in premium. Yeah, it's nice up in OTE. So this is where I would be watching, and I'd wait for a 1-minute confirmation here. I'm not going to set a limit there. XMR also got that change of character there. Really, I'd like these higher ones to be satisfied. But I'll still set alerts at the lower ones just to kind of pique my interest, see how price is reacting there. Still not change the character on ETH yet for me. That still is going to be that swing low. Litecoin. Can move this up to here actually. I haven't traded Litecoin in a long time. This would have gotten moved, so this actually might be forming up something nice. There. Yeah, sure. Are you on stream right now, Ozeki? Okay, cool. So change of character, all it is first off, to properly draw changes of character, you have to understand swing structure. So when we're looking at one right here. So whenever we're looking at what is our swing structure, because a lot of people just look at it and say like, oh, we pulled back enough here, that's just swing structure, which is just totally wrong. So rule number one that you have to remember is a high's job is to make a low, and a low's job is to make a high. If they don't do their job, it's not swing structure. So for instance, is this a swing high? No. Is this a swing low? No. Is this a swing low? No. None of these. This is all just internal structure. So what is the actual swing high and swing low? Well, if you look over here, you could, this was definitely going to be a swing high up here. Right? Here's your swing low. Or actually, sorry, here is your swing high up here. Because you had this low, let's map it out. This, right? Was this a low? No. Why not? Because it didn't make a new high. So bam, you come down into here. So now you've got a new low. So now you've shifted, you're in a downtrend. Or maybe it was before, but we're just going to assume this was an uptrend before. So now you're in a downtrend. You made a new low, right? So is this a new high? Well, to me it is, yeah, because you made a new low. So then it's going to kind of fuck us over because I can't really. Here, we'll start from that low. I couldn't move the screen and click at the same time. So then you have this right here. Oh, we broke structure. So you've got a new high. It's just understanding swing structure, which is like the number one thing that everyone should understand, but most people don't. Then you come up here. You have this high, low, high, and then bam, look at that. So this is what you have or when you have a change of character. Because look, before we were made a high, higher, low, high, higher, low. Oh, I guess what happened? Price changed character. So all it is a shift in trend. So by itself, these can give a lot of false signals, but when you pair them with order blocks or liquidity concepts, like for instance, if you're in a supply zone, or if you're above an old low, or in a fair value gap, and you can pair to frame trade setups, because you could say, okay, well, I've got two confluences. Remember, we don't ever want to enter a trade off just one. So we can say, okay, we are in 4-hour supply. The 15-minute is shifting bearish. So now I have a trade set up. Maybe you want two confirmations. There's two ways to play them. You can wait till there's another break of structure like this right here. You know, this is you'll probably have a higher strike rate if you do it right, but you'll probably miss a lot of trades, which is fine. That's not, a bad thing. But it all depends on your style. Then it's how we would play them. This is also pretty choppy price action, but how we would play them is we'd wait for price to come up into these supply zones we've made on the way down. This one I wouldn't have even probably played this here. I'd personally would rather have played it up here. And this is where you can get messed up doing the double confirmation entry. Now, so you just have to have a very solid framework of what you look for. Like, what do you need? So, like, a lot of times people, you could play, you say, okay, you just draw a zone where price reacted to. And then you say, okay, well, we've satisfied all supply, second break of structure, da, da, da. A lot of times playing these double confirmations can get you in a world of trouble by failing to realize that we do still have a lot of unmitigated supply up here. Oops, I hit M1. So that, to me, I would personally rather price go up here, but you can always watch price down here. So here it's like we came up into these zones. You could say this is the M15 POI as well. And then you have this supply as well. And you would call this maybe a flip zone. This isn't the cleanest price action. I haven't traded one either. And remember, when you're using price action and stuff, a lot of these coins, they just move with the rest of the market. So you're going to get pretty sloppy TA on them. But what I would do here is wait for price to return up into this area and see if I can get a confirmation trade. And what is that? Well, that's just once price gets up here, I'm going to go into my lower time frame that I execute trades on, which is the 1 minute, and I'm going to wait for a shift in structure. So for instance, over here, what would that have looked like? So it's pretty choppy again. This price action's not the greatest, but you could say, okay, well, here is a low, you broke it, and you came up in this zone, broke a low. Really, this would be your supply zone, all these candles. You could have refined it, but that's how it would start. And then you would have set an entry. Because in the 1 minute, remember, this may look like a lot, but it's really not. Yes, so exactly, that's what a change of character is. As soon as you shift. And somebody I just now see, Boston Teo, said, they hear me say displacement a lot. What do I mean? So example of displacement is right here. Displacement in the marketplace whenever there has been a clear imbalance between supply and demand, aka someone or an entity, something is pushing price very hard. And it's usually, you can identify good zones when you're looking at supply and demand by displacement following them. Or when you're moving into your POI, you want to see displacement. For instance, let's go look at Bitcoin 4 hour. When you're looking, to short and say, I've been waiting. If we're waiting for this, going to short from this area. Well, we're going to wait till price comes up into it, and we want it to come up in. We don't want it to just mosey on up in there. We want it like this because that's manipulation. Now, does this just confirm that we're just dumping from here? Oh, we had displacement, so no, it doesn't work like that. But you do want this. You want that fast, violent move into your point of interest. So that's what displacement is. Oops, made one before. So here we can wait for price to return to this zone. But again, I'd probably, unless we get a move down more first, I'm probably gonna be very cautious with that just because it's not the greatest price action. We also have this up here that's unsatisfied. So I'm not really gonna force this one. There's probably gonna be better setups. I want to check the perp charts, be it Bitcoin or not, but not the perp charts, but if we have different structure. So I mean, you're starting to get those internal breaks, but I mean, Bitcoin swing structure in the 15 minutes really wide right here. It's all the way down here.
Yeah, I'm eyeing the 15-minute fair value gap for longs.
Yeah.
You're not in shorts?
I wouldn't probably long it here, but that's just
No,
me.
I woke up too late. I woke up at like 9:36. I saw all of that liquidity building up because I kept like waking up in and out of sleep. And I was like, yo, that shit's gonna get swept. We're gonna fucking pull back hard.
Yeah.
And I woke up and we were already fucking like dumping.
Yeah, same. I wanted to, there's a couple other ones I wanted to short, but this needs to be revised. Yeah, AVAX is gonna be a nice story here
I
soon.
believe algo learning what I learned from Photon, the way I see it is we're just actually having a minor pullback before we continue higher to take out the other highs at 31 or 32.4, 32.6. I don't think we're coming all the way back down.
No,
Well,
I think with 3,500.
because I mean, if you look at the only thing about it that I don't see the case for longs is you're just at a strong you're just at a strong high here at the supply that sent us down and got to break a structure. So personally, I don't see the case for longs, but that's just me. Not saying they don't work. Now, if we break above this and if we close a 4-hour candle above 32,650, that'll change. But until then,
Yeah, that's
just,
where I have my 4-hour change of characters, that
yeah,
32,650 high.
Yeah, I'm not looking for longs until we're either there or, and even then, like I mean, you'll get really if this is just mitigation, which it looks like, almost in my opinion. I also see the case what you're saying for like this all being, all now the bigger picture, like this kind of being a spring or a ST. What is that? Not a S.
High
Secondary.
volatility STB.
Yeah, secondary test in phase B or whatever. But
If it's high volatility like this, where you have a shit ton of volatility coming down, and it's not really like a lot of supply absorption, it's because like they buy up all of all the volume in those down moves, so
Yeah.
it creates a sort of spring-like action.
Yeah, I see that case, but I don't for this right here. I don't personally see a case for longs till we get a closure above that. Now,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm thinking.
yeah, I don't want us. I want us to just piss, but I
The
wouldn't
thing
be
is, where I
surprised if we
where
come back up and mitigate.
let's see, where I take longs, I'd put my stops below 30,260 anyways, because that's the 15-minute swing structure.
Yeah, yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Like even if they're just up to, because I do want this high to get taken. Like I want this to get taken right here because, well, I would like us to tighten up this swing structure here, but because usually, in my experience with Bitcoin, which Bitcoin's price action has just been pretty dog shit lately, but usually you'll see this consolidation before a reversal. You'll see it to be much tighter than this, which means usually that high gets taken, so then you have a new swing structure, and so forth. So AVAX here. This I'm gonna wait. So we come back up here, preferably.
Which
This
one
is
we
just
pulled
being
back
picky.
already? Oh, we pulled back like 3%.
XRP, change of character. Yeah, this is kind of choppy depending on how you draw it. Really, I mean, anywhere. I guess up here would be your pullback. Let me look at this Nick. Let me pull it up on my screen. Oh, why is it so zoomed out? There we go. I mean,
to take it to 35.
Say what?
Who you are?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm peeping this 15-minute fair value gap within 15-minute swing structure.
I'm looking at the daily time frame.
Yeah, once we can get, like, if we can get that confirmation, for me, I would be looking for, like, I mean, even 40, to be honest, like at like final targets, like up here in this fair value gap up here. But
Because you are absolutely right. Because again, yeah, the 4-hour, the 1-hour is bearish. Only the 15-minute and below is bullish. Well,
yeah,
the 1 minute is bearish, I think now. But
yeah,
I
like,
see exactly what you mean. We're basically coming right back up to the strong high. So if we reject here, that could put in our new strong high, and we could just fucking break 26.
oh, that's what I'm
0.7.
saying. Like either you're gonna pump up and close above this, but I mean, I just don't see any, like, the way I look at it, I don't see any, like,
Yeah, that's where
rational.
Wyckoff really comes in handy here.
Yeah. See, I don't know.
'Cause
I
this
I
whole
like
range
Wyckoff,
comes out
but
to me as accumulation as opposed to redistribution.
And I also think if we were going to distribute, we would still form a UTAD because this doesn't look like any structure.
Well, this would be the UTAD.
yeah,
Yeah, would it?
Yeah, because
time frame?
the difference with a UTAD and an upthrust, Lucosa said is that a UTAD holds price for a little.
yeah.
it holds and like forms structure.
I mean,
So you
I
can
don't know
get a
this.
UTAD
So an upthrust is
with no
just like a
UT.
wick. No, you have to get there's always a UTAD after, or not always, but
Where's
I'm
your
saying.
UT?
I mean, if I was looking at this and I was saying this
If I was
this is
looking
where
this as
I don't like
distro,
Wyckoff because it's just speculatory. Like no one really knows, and it's all just who's good at it. That's what turns me off of. I like it for like added confluence, but it's like I don't like stuff that's not machine learnable, personally. But I see. I mean, if anything, if we do dump from here, I mean, this just looks like a redistro to me. Just that classic manipulation, inducement, trap, right? Get shorts get trapped. I'm sorry, longs get trapped right there, and then you have that scam pump up to the last supply. But I mean, none of that's confirmed either. But that's what I would see this more as. It's just like everything else, but on a longer time frame. Like we have that push up, longs get trapped here, move up into that supply, dump, go over here. Or just now, I think it was on. If we can go on the lower time frames, that's when we were getting all those crazy roller coaster moves. You had that push up right here. You're inducing longs, inducing bullish narrative. Price comes up to supply. I think it was actually here is what happened. Yeah, but this is on a higher time frame, so it looks different. Price came up to the supply, dumped. Inducement, price came up to supply, dumped. I mean, it's just like what we've seen tons of times.
oh
But
my god.
that's what it looks like to me personally. But
Yeah.
Yeah, go
I
into
don't.
the
That's speculation too, though. That's me speculating. So it's like that's the thing. Like I have to wait till I'm like, we've broken swing structure. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting Nick stuff. For this Nick,
I'm in shorts, so it should work down to 3,500.
the shit right here looks like springboard distribution.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yo, Algo, go onto the BTC chart and sorry, go to the 0 minus on the 4 hour.
but Nick, for this picture you sent, I see what you're saying. Personally, I mean, I wouldn't take it like this. If you were to take any kind of longs like this, the only target that I would see would be this high right here, because targeting this up here is kind of a stretch, because you got to remember, the only real target. I mean, for me, because you're longing um in a heavy premium of the 4 hour range, you're also longing a reaction to a high time frame supply.
Yes.
And your target is past the 4 hour swing high. I wouldn't use the 1 hour to target stuff like that personally. That's just me. But I probably wouldn't take these longs, but I see the logic behind them. It's like I see what you're trying to do. But if I did take them, I would be trimming them extremely aggressively. Probably if I hit any kind of like 3R or anything, I'd just take it. But I probably wouldn't take them personally. So, but anyways, go ahead, JL. I'll just answer next thing.
Oh no, I was gonna tell Nick, make sure to target 32,650 because the way market structure works is you could literally break a 4 hour structure point, you could pip it, and that'll
Yeah,
you can
exactly. If
pip
that,
32,650 like 0.1 and 1 penny and fucking reverse from there.
yeah. I still want this to get cleared though, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. Because I mean, the way I look at this is, I'm sure there might be some kind of unsatisfied supply up here, and you could be just getting an AMD set up here.
The way I see it is fucking they're printing out a perfect BART pattern for retail to FOMO shorts into.
Yeah, like I could see something like, because the
Look at
AMD
the other
setup
chart,
is
Casper.
this right here. Where is it?
Look at the 0 chart.
Oh, is that the 0 minus I was telling you about?
What is that? The thing where you guys have had the? I've saw some of you guys
Where'd
posting
you
it.
post it?
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
It's just the inverted chart, but Bitcoin or Playboy told us to use 0 minus because it carries over like things better. So look at the
So
inverted 4 hour.
this looks like a sign of weakness on it, doesn't it? Like it's gonna
Yeah, it
go
looks
up at
like
the
what
last
we're
point
at
of
right now.
supply.
Yeah, so this would basically be a major show of
3,500.
strength. This would be our our MSOS right now
Okay.
on if it was inverted. Because from a distribution standpoint, because that's all we've been working with,
Yeah.
that shit looks just like an MSOW.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see I mean, and also another thing too, just with the general state of the economy, I could be wrong, and a lot of this is going to have to do with the stock market too, in my opinion. But I mean, if you ask me,
Yeah,
the stock
stocks are
market's
taking
a
shit right now.
fat short. This is a fat fucking
Yeah.
short, bro. Like,
I'm
look
in
at that,
shorts
dog.
on Nasdaq right now.
This
Oh
was
shit! Did we
easy money.
retrace all the way?
No, it's
Okay.
No.
just it's just going short until Europe closes.
Okay,
No,
Tomo.
I threw some ICT fibs on the 1 day on the SPX.
Oh, that bitch is gonna go down. It just needs a weekly pullback for the upside to get more supply, more liquidity for it to push lower. That's just going down though. Like
Tomo's
people are
Actually-
loading
right
up on
now.
calls. It's inducing longs right now, like a motherfucker. People are so excited. The market's alive, and I'm just sitting there like, no.
Here, peep crypto chat. I think we might
Yeah.
I'll at you at it. I think you still might have some room to go up
Oh yeah,
to
for
like
sure.
415.
Yeah.
You're just getting a pullback off the first like reaction.
I'm watching Tomo
Yeah.
here. This price action is
Oil's
just not
up.
great.
I was expecting everything to go up regardless because DXY was looking like a short.
Yeah, that was
Like a
another thing I
fat
was looking at
short,
last night.
So, and then Euro USD was looking like a long. I missed my Euro USD entry. And then JG or GJ was looking.
I always fucking
pretty
say
good, too.
JG too, bro. I don't know why. I
Yeah.
always say JG. I'm gonna change my candles.
Everybody in Coinbase better have taken their profits because that wasn't sustainable.
Dude. Doing Coinbase are
You know, when
licked.
things showing your profits, you got to take them and keep them.
Yeah, I always tell people, like, if people are like they're like put a P&L, so if they're like, you think I should take this here? I'm like, all I need to know
If
is that
you're
you posted
asking
a
me-
the P&L. If you're posting P&L, you probably, well, I guess not always, depending on the situation, but most of the time, if you're posting P&L, you should probably take something, if not everything.
Did anybody tell you to do ape yet? Because there was a bunch of people
Yeah,
in ape
yeah,
longs, and yesterday I was like, no, don't do it.
yeah, I don't know where those longs. I'm not trying to be a dick, but I was like, oh,
Yeah, I was
man.
like, yo, this shit going to 6.3.
I was
don't know
like,
what you guys
it's like
doing.
longing the absolute possible top.
It was what is it called? The golden
Range.
zone.
The Golden Cross.
No, what this guy is called? It's the golden zone. What did he
Conduit,
say?
the golden range.
The golden range.
Oh, what? 0.5 to 0.618.
No one even knows, I don't think.
100x.
Yeah, 100x, 0.5% move,
I
TP11
think the
hit.
golden range is that fib retracement because that's what I used to call it.
Yeah, well, it's technically a golden ratio is 618. I'm pretty sure. Is what most people refer to as like, well, the Fibonacci. I'm pretty sure in general is a golden ratio, but
Yep,
No,
I
there's
was in a
70.
I was at 100x long yesterday at like 29.5 or something, and I never took any profits from that shit. So yeah, there you go.
you didn't take them yet. Still,
No, bro, I sold it when I thought I was gonna get licked, so I never took any profits.
so wait, you sold? I'm confused. You sold it? Is it still
I
open?
think he round tripped.
Oh, you mean
Yeah,
like?
round trip.
Oh.
Sounds like he round tripped.
Yeah, it's always important to have a target before you get into, because that'll help with that. Because once money's on the line, you like emotions can start to take over, and then your decision making skills fall. And that's anybody. Like no matter how good of a trader you
if I
are.
would have held it up to that spike, dude, oh my god. Yep. So
Yeah, I mean, but there's always the if and woulda, coulda, shoulda, but you got to have that specific target before you enter, or you'll end up in situations like that. So just take it as a lesson learned. It happens. Like for instance, if I just get in a trade and I have no idea where I'm taking it, I'm gonna make emotional decisions. Like if I got in TRX, let's just say, if I got in TRX last night and I saw this, I might have just taken it all. Like right here, I'm like, oh, dude, I'm not giving this back. It's gonna rail after this. You know what I mean? So that's why you have that set, plan, because
well, I had a target in mind of 31.6, which was like most of those highs, right? So before it hit that though, I thought I was going to get licked, so I dipped out of it. But prior to that, it was I let it ride overnight, and when I woke up in the morning, it was up. I had profit or whatever, but I didn't take any of it. So yeah.
Yeah, you got same with exits, like on both ends. Like you gotta have that stop loss cemented too, because that way, like you won't be scared of getting licked. You know what I mean? As long as you're just risking 1%, you're not gonna like get scared out of your position. Like you'll just the less thought you have to put in it, the better. So like all the thought should be before there's money, because think like this: whenever you're thinking about what you're gonna do with the money and put in the trade, you don't want to have the money on the line, because you'll be influenced. So think about it like, oh hey, I have a trade plan. Until you push that button, this is all just drawings. Once you push that button, like you should have everything set. Like when I take these, like I'll literally push it, stop loss, and I have exactly how much I'm going to take at each one. Now, will I maybe come back in and manage it later if it's like super in profits and there's a Bitcoin starting to reverse? I might move my stop, whatever, but I'm not gonna like, it's just whatever at this point. Like it's gonna do what it's gonna do, and it's gonna, especially and if you have a strict like de-risking policy. Like one thing that I do like about a lot of these forex traders, they all have this, like for instance, they'll take 30% at 3R, some will take 25% at 4R, 20% at 5R. They all have different ones because they've all just repacked it and rebranded it. But the ideology behind that I like taking like 25% at 4R. Or I mean, it just depends on the trade too, because that way you don't have to move your stop to break even and you've de-risked. Or you can also move your stop to break even with that, and then you've made money and just security. But once you have that and that level hits, then the trade is completely stress free, because now it's like, I mean, as long as you did everything right, because one wrong move can screw up that that psychology. Like, oh, if you're too heavy in it, well, you're probably going to either take profits too soon, or that's going to influence your decision making. If you go against your strategy or kind of degen into something, you're going to make different decisions than if you had went in the way you should have. But it happens to the best of us, though. Yeah, Tron was easy money. I've been waiting for this for so fucking long. I've shorted it a couple times, but just baby moves. But this shit was easy money. Came on that daily supply, double change of character, finally came up and satisfied that last bit of. This is why I don't like playing for like the swing entries. This is why I don't like playing like here, over here. Let's say you broke structure and you formed this supply up here and it never got satisfied, and you're like, I just got left behind. And you entered here, and you probably, if you took profits aggressively, you were fine. But for me, this was trying to get into some shorts that you're going to be able to. But you probably came here, stopped to break even. Here you got in, you didn't even take the low. Stopped to break even. All right. So it's just kind of like, I always like to wait for that final level of demand or supply to be satisfied. And also this created some nice inducement here. Like everybody thought we were just dumping. Stop losses here, here, here. So a lot of liquidity had been swept. Price come up there. 1 minute double confirmation entry. And that's why we got such a violent move when we entered it, because it was hitting that flip zone. I'm just going to go one chart. I'm going to go back to Tomo and just see what it's doing. See, exactly. Here's a good example. See, it's like you could say like, oh, is there displacement here? Yeah. Did it break structure? Yeah, but it's like, is it even in a premium? Like, I don't think it was. No. Now this is. So now we can maybe watch for something here. But in all honesty, then you've still got this up here. You could say we've tapped up into it, price kind of traded back up into it, and we did get a break of structure. So you could say that supply here had been satisfied. That is theoretically valid. And this zone didn't break this demand. So the zone we're in now, if you look, this is where the orders came in that really pushed price down that ended up breaking the demand here. So that being said, I don't want to just get in anyways. I'm going to wait and see how we react here on the 1 minute. We might have a nice little short opportunity. We'll see. But I'm not going to force anything with Tomo just because it's Tomo, you know. Another chart now that I've got that up. Ape. I'll also watch Ape. Or some other ones. XRP is on watch as well. This is some pretty odd price action though. I would watch this zone just because there's a lot of displacement after it. And you also look like you come up here, you have this huge institutional candle, price comes up, looks right around EQ. So to me, that's satisfied. And you might have more up here. I don't know. Maybe up in this inside bar because that's where the real selling really started. Something to keep an eye on, but I'm not going to not trade because of it. Then you come up here. After you satisfy where the selling start, this wick, price comes up into the wick, doesn't break it, moves the downside. Doesn't get a break of structure yet, but then you come up here, back into this supply, and then you get that break of structure, heavy displacement. So you could say, okay, there's probably some supply, heavy supply in that wick. Or not wick, I'm sorry, that candle. BNB still hasn't really done it for me. Actually, I don't know. I haven't moved this line yet. You could look at this. You really could look at this as kind of a swing right here, depending on how you draw swing structure. This is pushing it, but it looks like it reacted pretty nicely. First change of character. Flip zone is right there. We're in here one.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that nice pump.
Oh, this is why.
At what point would we consider the market reversing?
I mean,
Like, you
most
guys
of it's
have, like-
already, but whenever the 15-minute shifts to bearish, that's going to be enough for me. You might be wanting a double shift, like a double change of character in the 15-minute, or I guess not really a double change of character, but a change of character, then a break of structure, if you will. So that's really per person what you're looking for there, but that's for me what I'd look for. Been also waiting to short AVAX.
Well, I was speaking in terms of like what would be some indication of the whole market going into bull?
Oh, you mean shifting to bull? 4-hour closure above 32,650. That'd be the start.
Above 3650?
32,650.
Okay.
Because that would be your change in swing structure. Because right now we're just in bearish. We're just like in a bearish swing. That's it. It's like we're retracing. And thinking anything else, unless by the principles that I personally use, would just be speculation. But now I may, there's different strategies that everybody has, and as long as one's working, you can't say it's wrong or right. But for me, I'm gonna need a change in swing structure, and I don't have that. And a wick's not gonna do it for me either. But I like, for instance, this to me is not healthy and not, but I mean, who knows? Maybe because you could look at like the Wyckoff perspective. I see it like this is like your super protected low now, and we're coming out of this STP in phase B. So much old TA here. TradingView is so dumb how their multi-chart system works. It's just terrible. Like I literally sync it, save it, it just doesn't do it. But yeah, so that's for me. All right, here, let's look at Tomo. It's pretty ugly price action, to be honest. But I mean, if you look at it, if you want to look at it like this, exactly. I'm not sure if I really want to chase this or not. I'm not a huge fan of that price action. Yeah, so you're satisfying most of this above. If I really look down here. See, and I'm not entering this. Or, I mean, this wouldn't be the final TP, but like I definitely see the opportunity, but yeah, I'm probably gonna wait on this one. For me, I'm not a huge fan of that price action. I'm not gonna force anything. Because I just think that, you know, trying to play these early shorts gets you burned a lot. I want to come back up into a, see, actually, is that an A? It might be, into a premium. It is. It was. I'll keep an eye on it and just see how it plays out. So no change of character there. Like LRC, I'd be more of a fan of that. That as well. A lot of the setups that I want to take are really just developing, so I don't see a lot of, unless we just get some violent pump up, I don't see a lot of action really today. I'm not gonna lie, until later at least. Okay, and I'm looking at some of these in chat now. Can I peep sushi? Yeah, sorry, these are kind of late. I just realized I never replied to these. Thoughts on this? The Wyckoff simplified? I think that that's not what you want to use, in my opinion. I think that you need to, if you're going to do Wyckoff, you need to like really like read about it, learn about it, understand the concepts that you're trying to imply. Like you don't want to just look at a schematic. I think that's just a recipe for paralysis by analysis and also false signals, because I hate those schematics, if you ask my opinion, just because they're not teaching you anything. You need to understand what's going on, the purpose of everything that's in play. You know what I mean? Let's see the sushi.
Yeah, it's not about schematics.
Yeah, I hate schematics. You're in a breaker,
Yeah,
you're
you're
on
not even
sushi.
supposed to use them like that.
Yeah.
That's the problem with Wyckoff, is a lot of people just pull up schematics and try and match it to the to the chart.
Exactly. And you'll end up just like
Get
hating.
fucked.
You'll end up getting your account clapped.
Yeah, literally. I've been playing breakers lately a little bit more than not as much in the
Yeah,
4 hour.
breakers are just supply and demand flip zones.
Yeah. Well, you want to know some real fuck shit too with a lot of these coins? Like everything almost is we're in weekly breakers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So that's
some
like
things are in weekly breakers, other things are in monthly breakers. It's just
yeah, everything's in a weekly breaker right now. Like tapping almost exact EQ of it. Not with Bitcoin. I think it was Waves. Waves actually probably blasted. Dude, Waves is like broken, bro. But it still is in this breaker right here. Right there. Filled fair value gap. This one's I think the one you went close to equilibrium. Yeah, it's closer. It's not right at it. But there was also this one that we kind of definitely pushed through. Delete that. Yeah, the Waves, dude. I want to short the fuck out of Waves. But it's also got some really wide swing structure, as with most coins. Sol was another one.
I think we should see a nice pump in crypto just because of how Germany and Europe's inflation is looking. Germany put in the highest inflation in their country's history
Oh wow.
this past month. So yeah, that's gonna ripple over to the US. Just so y'all know. You heard it here first, so in a week when people were talking about it, they're like, oh yeah, I already know.
Oh yeah.
Oil's about to go fucking nuts.
Is it
Oh yeah.
just because of like the
Can you
supply and
not
demand?
say that with an excited voice?
Oh, bro, I'm excited as fuck. Are you kidding me? I'm waiting for these longs on oil, longs on DXY, shorts on Euro USD, shorts on GJ.
Yeah, I'm excited for everything around me to get fucking more expensive again. That's amazing.
Like I was talking
Gonna
to my
buy
boy
the
last
Tesla,
night,
bro.
and he was like, "So like, what do you do during like those kind of things? Like, what's a good job?" I was like, "Trading." That's about it. No, there's tons of them, but you know what I mean. See, like this is a good example here with Sol for the shorts here. So everyone was long in the bro. Like I honestly, like I hate saying this, but like another thing, if you ever see a pump like that, and you go in crypto vibes or not vibes, crypto chat, and everybody's just so long biased, yeah, that's a great top signal a lot of the time. So
That's a great
it's
confluence to go short.
it's literally think of it like a use case, or not a use case, like a case study. Like you know, you're studying liquidity concepts. That the whole thing what we're doing is we're trying to follow the footprint of smart money that is trying to induce retail liquidity. And you have a huge community of people, some versed in smart money concepts, some not. And watch the sentiment, watch the energy whenever we're at certain levels. Notice how everybody is silent, and then we come up to literally the top for a lot of stuff, or well, you know, not Sol, Bitcoin more than anything, but and then you know everybody wants to long. I mean, it's just crazy as hell to me. It's insane. But you know, that's just this is actually starting to form a fucking beautiful short. I probably wouldn't really be interested here. Yeah, I might miss it because of that, but I like this level up here personally. probably go ahead and mark this as well. And I would just play from this fair value gap fill, because this setup, you'd have all confluences. You'd have liquidity getting swept, these equal highs, and fair value gap. You'd be in that nice zone of supply. Wrong one. You'd be in that nice zone of supply, you know, that apex zone. You could even look up here, you know, like this might even be the real zone, who knows? But one thing with crypto is it's just pretty choppy price action, and you can get faked out a lot. Like Forex and stuff's pretty easy when you're using these concepts because it's very clear, you know, where the supply and demand is most of the time. Or with crypto, it's like, you know, you might look right here. But oops. But to me, that's not even in a premium. So it's like, that's like your first check, in my opinion, is what you should be looking for. And then also ask yourself, do we have unsatisfied levels above? We definitely do. Right here, right here. So that's not going to be where I'm looking to short. Now, you'll probably see a reaction here. You might even see a break of structure off of it. You might even come down here and tag this sell side liquidity, but that's not going to be a trade setup I want to take, because I want to wait. That's why we waited for Tron. Tron, if we look, this literally, I've been waiting on this for like days, dude. And it was hard not to, because like, you know, you look at it like this, oh, we changed the character. I started charting it right around this area. Like this, we'd already missed this at this point. This was really the best entry, obviously. But came up, break a structure to the downside. Then it, you know, did its thing, and then it broke structure again if you draw, you know, wicks, which I use wicks for my change of character. I found it with crypto to work very well, but some you know, I try to use for continuations. I know this is kind of backwards, but I try to see candle closes. But I will tell you right now, I've seen with wicks, with change of character, with crypto, it works almost every time. But here, you know, we came back down here, you know, it broke down here. Everybody probably was like, the trades like this was like, fuck, we missed it. You know what I mean? But look, price came all the way back up, cleared all of this liquidity, all these early shorts got stopped, and then you got that real honeypot entry. That was just by waiting for days for that and being okay with getting left behind. Let's see what Tomo did. Looks like it's still hanging out around we had, would have gotten stopped. That's why I didn't want to take that. So I don't like that. I don't like this price action just yet. And this is why some of these coins I don't really, I mean, this is if you're using substructure, I guess you could say that. I mean, really, this was your first change of character, but that's why I didn't want to take it. I didn't really. And if you ever have a setup that you just like don't like, and you necessarily you can't even like put it on paper why you don't like it, you're just looking at the price action and you're like, I don't like that. Like, just don't take it. Like, it's literally totally okay to not take shit. I'm just now seeing this JL schematic. Oh yeah. No, that if anything, I mean, if I see the case for it being the ST and phase B, what are my fib levels? Here, I'll just drop a picture. My snipping tool. I hate when people take pictures of like their computer or anything instead of just like using a snipping tool. It's like so easy. But yeah, here I'm just I'm gonna need more than that to enter a short. Like, I like the zone. You also have this gap up above though. I wonder if this is, I can't tell if this is an up candle or a down candle. It's a down candle right there. Let's refine this a little bit. It's just, this is just not the prettiest price action if you ask me. So that moves it up to this last body. That's where I'd feel more comfortable. Because like you have this fair value gap. It's gonna get filled if we go up there. That would be better, a better entry in my opinion. The reason I want to short Tomo though is this move's gonna be crazy if this is. You also swept that high right there, tagged it. Or did it tag it actually? I think I was marking in hopes that it would 6995. Yeah, it did. Tagged it. I mean, dude, you'd be. I don't know what that was from. Shit. For me, it'd be. I'd tag that. And then really. Sheesh. A nice opportunity. We'll see. I just want to get what I need though. I'm not gonna force it. Hooch your echoing just a tad, brother. And also, OTR crypto. I'm glad it's helping, man. We're gonna be doing them every day. So what I'm gonna do here, instead of just camping and watching grass grow, I'm just gonna set an alert. I'll come back to it. As much as I like candlesticks, I'm trying to find more setups. LRC, you've got alerts set for that. Ape, set alerts. And, you know, so many people are FOMOing into shorts right here. ETH, this is the sus thing with me, is that nor ETH or Bitcoin have gotten what I would want to short them. I mean, if you're using internal structure, I guess, but this just looks like a lit grab to me. But could be wrong. AVAX is gearing up to be a nice short if we can come all the way back up here. That's why I'm just being patient. We already caught TRX. There's absolutely no reason to FOMO into stuff and chase things. Let's set alerts on Sol. I think I already did, didn't I? Just can't see it because it's the white alert. Yeah, I did. This is actually a really nice one, and this is what I like when this happens. Like if we start to see price on a lot of these majors form good setups. And I will tell you also, for any of you guys who trade price action, unmute and tell me. I swear to you, Sol and AVAX are the two best charts. They're way better than Bitcoin. I mean, Ethereum's better, but Bitcoin is just like, dude. Bitcoin is just like lately, it's just like it's not really what I like to trade with the price action. Like it was there for a little bit, but it's like when you back test, like when I'm back testing, I'm like, dude, like it's like so inconsistent. It's like, oh, like this time the internal entry played. Oh, well, this time the, you know, the set and forget played. It's just so fucking inconsistent that I don't like it. Like for instance, down here, like for a while there, Bitcoin, the internal, like using the first internal change of character was just not hitting. But if you look down here, I think it was, yeah, if you look down here, it's like okay, so if you break the first internal structure right here, you could look at it like, okay, we broke internal structure. Then it's like, what did you do? I mean, like, did you set limits at the top of this? I mean, this technically would be an order block. But if you look back other times, like Bitcoin likes to come down here. And also, like, to me, I would not have touched that. Like, I don't like the price action. Maybe off this second one, this would be cleaner. But even then, for me, I want to get that last bit satisfied. That's another kind of confluence to me for this being kind of like a scam pump, is because if you look a lot of the times, it didn't really give like super healthy structure. So like whenever we see price action, you know, you get these breaks of structure and then you don't mitigate. Like to me, that's just unhealthy. Like I think ETH, like before the dump down below the liquidity target, where was it? Oh, also with this new pump too. It's just like you didn't really get that any mitigation. You left all sorts of liquidity down below. It does not seem like it's a healthy trend. Where was it? I think it was over here. Yeah. So it was like this. Like you got that break of structure. Then people were trying to long right here. But to me, it's like that doesn't. I see it, but I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Like I want to long from here, if anything. And price didn't even. I mean, it came down, almost wicked out. It was just unhealthy, you know. But it looked like if you drew this whole supply zone, the pivot zone. Oh, we tapped into it. I haven't even got your 1 minute confirmation. Yeah, you got your 1 minute confirmation, everything. It's like, oh, this is a long. Now, I mean, if you took profits quickly, it could have been nice. But even this, look, you got your 1 minute confirmation, but where the fuck was your entry? Unless if you're playing this first internal structure break, which is right here, like where your entry is over here, like you got wrecked. So that's why whenever you start this kind of structure, everyone looks back in hindsight and you can say, oh, there was longs and yeah, you took them right here, but no one did that. Why would you do that? If you're taking the longs off this 15-minute shift in structure, you would be targeting here. I mean, it's like, why would you target this? Unless you're just scalping, which is just, it doesn't make sense. So that when you start to see that, that's whenever I'm really getting more and more conservative and also not trusting the market, what it's trying to tell most people. Because here it's like everybody's trying to go bull, but the price structure is not acting how it should. You should see a healthy mitigation. You should see a healthy trend forming on the low time frame. Like during these big runs, the low time frame should be a nice trend. And do I mean like a trend line? Not necessarily. I mean, it will form one, but I mean you want to see orders being satisfied pretty quickly. So, and demand being respected, or vice versa in a bear market. But it's just not seeing that you're leaving tons of inefficiencies. That's why it's more and more looking like a scam pump to me. But then at the same time, when you look at Wyckoff, I do know, like, correct me if I'm wrong, JL, but once you start to get these like super protected lows, it's pretty normal to just fucking rocket from them. Like just straight hit the jets. But yeah. Also, ETH in the 4 hours shifted bearish again. Like Bitcoin hasn't, but like I didn't even notice this till last night. Like here was your old range, down to that low right here. We closed a 4 hour candle. So now your strong high with ETH is 2174. So I mean, now you're continuing a bear trend at these low up levels. So I'm like pretty hesitant to want to long stuff. I mean, we all knew this was coming. We were going to come down and clear out 1700. Thought I'd set these. Oops, not inefficient price action. H4 a high. And then this is another thing you guys can do too. Like when you're doing TA, go on your, weekly is the one I use, weekly and 4 hour. You could do daily too, but I like weekly and 4 hour, and mark your highs and lows, like your swing high and low. It'll kind of just be a reminder, like, okay, we're pretty low in this range. I'm probably at a discount. You know what I mean? Or vice versa.
I like to use a Fibonacci on the range, and then I just fade it out. I have a specific setting, so it's like really opaque.
That's a good idea. Because
barely see it on the weekly range. That way I know if I'm on weekly discount or premium.
That's a pretty good idea. Like I was about to say, I forget you can fade them, because the only reason I used to do it, and then I was like, fuck.
It's literally at like 15 or 16 opacity. Like,
yeah,
I can't do it with more. It just crowds the chart.
Exactly. That's why I had it before, and like, but I think everybody. It's funny. You go from this stage where like you don't really have much in your chart to like fucking laser show, back to like, well, Omni is different. When we had Omni, we had to have a laser show. But I'm talking about like even like not Omni, like just like a shitload of, you know what I mean? Like I used to have like fucking probably 3 dozen levels on Bitcoin. Like, but I mean they were hitting, but now it's just so calming to look at this, where it's just like there's nothing on my chart except candles, really, boxes.
I feel it.
I used to have I was looking back, like here, if I go to my secondary chart, we could probably see something. Let's go to like one of these shit coins I haven't traded in a while. See like maybe like H bar or something. Let's see. Yeah,
H bar was looking good.
I haven't looked at H bar. I've been like just where crypto's been so like rough. I've been like really just focusing on like a select group of coins because a lot of coins just were like not following the price action that I wanted. Like coins that I used to love trading. Like CRV was one of them. And it used to be fire with it. Like look at this shit. All these holy shit, that looks horrible. How the fuck did I have yellow fibs?
Oh yeah. Ooh, well, you had a different chart. It was like
Yeah, no, I
gray
know.
or
Yeah.
black or something. Yeah, the stock market's about to break out. GJ, I missed my fucking entry on the long. I'm so pissed. I gotta wait for it to come down.
Yeah, I could see a little
It had a
retracement.
double break of structure to the upside in GJ. Or yeah.
I'm about to look at that. Dude, this is
The
like
NASDAQ chart looks better than that. It bounced off of a fair value gap on the 15-minute. There's a small.
oh yeah, the
fair value
NASDAQ
gap
looks
on the
way cleaner than
15-minute.
that. This looks actually
Yeah.
like semi-bull, but I don't think it'll last if
Yeah,
SPY
well,
isn't.
it did a supply and demand flip right there from
Yeah.
the
Yo,
4
I'll
hour.
go the 15-minute of the SPX looks like a 3 drives.
It does.
And you're about to make your 3rd drive up to optimal trade entry.
Yeah, I think you'll retrace back up to that. I mean, and here with NASDAQ, I think you'll probably maybe even see something like up in here. I mean, that might be crazy.
What's that 3
but
drive mean? 3 drive distro.
yeah, it's just like,
Yeah,
let's actually look.
it's a method by somebody. And I have to go look it up. Oh shit! Somebody just bought a shitload of fucking Tesla shares.
This is another example of that kind of inefficient price action that I don't like to see. 15-minute, we got that change of character. Never came back down and satisfied that demand. And I know that either, yeah, we came in the fair value gap, but not really. You didn't really. Tapped it. That's not the kind of price action that I look at as sustainable. I look at that as manipulation. Yeah, there were trades here.
Manipulated.
Yeah,
sure.
you know what I'm saying? Like I don't look at that like this is
It's
like
because elections are coming up midterms.
yeah.
So
everybody
they
wants to long.
manipulated the market, so the people that are voting could get it in at a low, and then that's their bid. That's them buying it up, the government officials.
Yeah, that's actually
And then
that's
they're gonna
probably very
dump it on
true.
your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
That's why I was saying that it's just going up to grab more liquidity to induce those fucking longs, so they could just take your lunch money. They're just
yeah.
gonna take it all.
Like see, like if you look here at the, I mean, really on the 4 hour of ES and whatever, I mean, you and NAS, you really got that change of care, or I guess really a confirmation of a shift in trend here. You got a 4 hour closure above this swing high, but I'm just not convinced by that. But you could look for longs, like if you return back down into these areas. It's fucking waves doing, dude. Waves is on fucking crack, bro. Let's see what's the top gainers and top losers. OGN. Holy shit. Oh yeah, OGN.
Crazy.
Oh yeah. Like it came in that POI. I drove this other day. Oh yeah.
That's gonna be a nice short.
Oh god, yeah, it is.
Look at that manipulation of the lows with that fucking round bottom right there.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna add this to my. This is what I've been doing. I've been just cycling my list because, like, I don't know how. I used to just be a fucking maniac. I used to just do TA on all these coins, but I just can't.
I just sift through the daily and see how the daily and the 4 hour. Well, I have 4 charts up: weekly, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour. Then I just filter through all the coins and add them to a list.
Dude, 88 too. Holy shit.
Yeah, everything looks like it's priming for a big short.
This is another thing I've been doing. Like, I know it's like people don't use. I don't care. Like the way I look at it, like there's supply. You can't tell me there's not supply in this candle. I mean, I know a lot of it was right here, but like I will mark this whole zone, like even the dark or the down candle, as my zone, because it's part of. If you're looking at like a zone, it's all in the same thing. I used to be like such a stickler, and then I'd be like, nope, it's not a bullish candle. Can't be a bearish order block. Actually, wait, I need to turn this over a little bit. I'm gonna add kava as well. Somebody said sushi earlier. Okay, so sushi that we got on it and I got off track. We're in a 4-hour breaker, so definitely have a possible setup for me here. Same with everything else though. I'm just gonna wait until get that change of character. I'm gonna run out of alerts. I'm about to just buy the premium again. I don't know why. I was like, why do I have this premium? I don't even use half this shit. And as soon as I did that and switched, I'm like, need premium again. Yeah, also for the guys on YouTube and here in Discord, if you guys want any coin to do TA on, just throw them out there. All right, at this point, I'm really just waiting for setups to develop. So I'm not like forcing much right now. It's not like I'm really like needing to watch charts like a hawk. Did I add OGN? Yeah, I need to add also sushi. This is probably where I'll cut it. And oh yeah. Got equal lows down here. Oh yeah. Wait, I need to mark it the different one. Ape 6.4 for longs. I'll just go ahead and tell you no. Oh wait, well maybe 6.4. I'm sorry. I'm pretty biased right now. I'm not longing it much right now. 6.4. No, I mean, I see it now. Could you? When I say no, that does not mean that I'm saying it's not gonna work. That's meaning like you're asking me, do I like it? I don't like that. For one, you just smacked through that thing. Probably this was your real demand down here. You have that rally-based rally on a high time frame. This was your sell to buy. But if you take these, first of all, you should already have trimmed heavily. Like, you know, I see it, but at the same time, like I wouldn't have had an entry here. Yeah, you broke. It's like you broke this. Where is your entry? One of these candles with a stop down here. I mean, you have it, but it's like, you know, what did it look like? Like maybe like this. Where am I taking profits? I'm taking most of them are going to be right up here. So it's like, that's not a great trade to me. Like, I see it, but if you're asking me if I like it, I wouldn't take it. You could maybe try to take the rest up here. Then it would be decent, 3-1. But even then, it's not good. You have so much profit targets you should be hitting before that. And you're also like, you always got to keep in mind the high time frames. Like, you're literally like, you know, at a local top, you just filled a 4-hour inefficiency. You came into supply. You've shifted to a bearish structure on the 15-minute. I just don't see the long, like, to take it. I don't see it enough for me to take it, but I hope that makes sense. I don't want to confuse it because a lot of times I might say like, okay, you know, no, I don't see like it. Am I saying it's not going to work? No, I'm not saying that. I see it. Like, here's your demand, price comes into it, you long. But it's deeper than that because you want to be aware of the bigger picture. And right now, I see us as in 4-hour supply zone. We got a break of structure to the downside, confirming the 15-minute shift bearish. So now I'm waiting for a price to come up here to short. But depending on your style, you could try to play those longs up there. I just don't see it as worth it. Okay, someone, yeah, for sure.
Is Aave? I'm looking at Aave on the 4-hour right now, and I don't know. I think is that a resistance support flip right there?
Like supply and demand. Yeah, it looks like on the 4-hour. Yeah, I was looking at this last night actually. Oh, I did get a closure up here. Yeah, so Aave looks stronger than most charts, but at the same time, this doesn't look super sustainable. It's like waves. You know, we did get a 4-hour closure above this area, so you know, but this is not where you long because, like, yeah, you could look at it like, I guess, a breaker, but I don't. That's not how I would personally look at it. Like a breaker would be like down here. It was like it was supposed to be supply, and then you saw a reaction, and then it failed. Like this, you didn't really even see a reaction as much. So it might be going for some kind of supply above. But at this point, I would be looking for a retracement, regardless if I'm bullish or bearish. Like I wouldn't be longing anywhere up here. Like if I'm looking at it from a swing structure, like in my bias is bull because we broke that, I'm looking at POIs in a discount to look at longs. Look at that. We feel all these inefficiencies and you have demand down here. This is where I would begin to look for longs. And these aren't even really your optimal entries. And that's also based upon the fact that I'm much more conservative right now with my longs because of, yes, this trend is bull on the 4 hour now. If you use that confirmation as that closure above this level, but regardless, I'm looking for a retracement. So even if I'm in a long here, I'm going to wait until we get into a discount. Now there'll probably be longs along the way, scalps and stuff, and you could maybe even try to short down to this area, but it's going to be choppy. Not going to be the kind of price action I want to trade, especially when there's a lot of other setups that are currently presenting themselves. Somebody asked for ocean. Not. Let's do it from the top down. I'll just say this is how I would do this. Like I haven't done TA on ocean in a while, so I'm going to look first of all our weekly swing structure. Okay, so this is your low. Really, a lot of these shit coins, like you have a huge range, because that's really your swing structure for me. But I'll still mark it. It's kind of like redundant because maybe let's go on a tether chart and see if it's different. It's still really the same. So yeah, that's your weekly swing structure. We can mark out any weekly POIs. I'm going to leave this because I might refine it. If I mark it to my weekly template, it'll mark it out. But I'm not really interested in anything up here. Not yet at least. I have no reason to be. So let's go to the daily now. See the daily supply really probably kicked in. I'd say right here. This is more mitigation. Kind of tap back into that already. This is where we see a point of interest. You've got that daily supply that's untapped, but do I see that getting tapped anytime soon? Not really. You've also got, I wouldn't even really worry about this zone personally. You got some fair value gaps you can mark. I refine it later. These are zones I would start looking at if crypto would go bull again. So our 4 hour, if you notice that, we've got a fair value gap right at our strong high on the 4 hour. Sus. And the reason why I say sus is just because I can see a liquidity grab occur there. Like price, fake everybody out, think we're breaking out, and it really doesn't. Your 4 hour low is the same as your weekly low. So I'm not going to mark it. But this big zone of supply, we haven't refined it yet. I don't see a reason to just yet. You also, this is a breaker. You could just use the breaker right now. Price came up to the breaker. You also, it's just supply as well, but this is a breaker specifically. You also got a lot of supply in this wick, probably this inside bar, because there was displacement after it, but it was filled by this candle. So that's another thing. So we look, okay. Fair value gap's now been filled. So, we look at it like, well, we're in a bearish market on the weekly and the 4 hour. Do we have displacement or like inefficiencies above? Yeah, but I have no reason to believe we're going up here. Because why?
Did you say that gap got filled?
This right here did.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Yep.
Yeah. So the way I look at this, we're in a bear market. The 4 hour, we have a strong high up here. A lot of money came in at this high or in this zone. So this high is going to be protected, or we have to assume it is. It might get broken, sure, but until it gets broken with a closure, I'm bearish in the 4 hour. So that's going to be my, overall. Okay, I have to mute you, risk taker. That's going to be my overall bias as bear. So on top of that, let's draw a quick fib. Okay, We came right into optimal trade entry at the breaker. Okay, so now I'm like, maybe this is not really a good pump. If you look here, first of all, this is not the cleanest price action, but change of character. So you could say, okay, well, I'm going to look probably from up here. So here's your 15-minute POI. I'm probably not going to trade this just because I don't really like the way Ocean trades recently. I don't want to trade lower caps just because the price action looks like this. But so at this point, what I would look for and what I'm assuming is going to happen, we always are just assuming because we're just going with our bias, going with what the chart's telling us. I would see price eventually come back here and break down again, then do the same thing again. And that's where you're starting to form that bearish order flow. Because we've established we're bearish in the 4-hour, right? We're bearish in the weekly. We're in a 4-hour supply zone. The 15 minutes bearish. So I'm bearish. GMT or ENS is the next one. Same thing, weekly. Oh, there's not going to be much here. Let's see if there's a chart. It's about the same. I think ENS was like an obvious, I wouldn't say Ponzi, but it's like the devs are going to dump on you. I mean, if any of you guys know what this is, it's like the .eth usernames. Everybody who had a .eth username got airdropped this. Actually, I would use this. Yeah, I would use that as your weekly. I don't know. But everybody who had a .eth name before, I think it was October of last year, whenever it was, before a certain date, they got airdropped this. So it's like anytime that happens, it's going to absolutely fucking collapse because everyone's just going to sell their profit that they got for free. But usually they'll pump up to it. And I know that you guys caught a lot of that. Usually you will get that like initial move up. Oh wow, this played out beautifully. We marked this forever ago. I think Johnny actually was the one who asked me to mark this. Beautiful. I'll leave that actually. I just don't like the way I used to annotate stuff. But here on the 4-hour, we've got our weekly high and low. So you're in a premium or a discount on the weekly. Get this inefficiency. I feel like the daily, we'll look at it. Daily is looking pretty rough. This is going to be your 4-hour supply zone, but we'll just mark it right there. It didn't really get a break of structure to the downside yet, so it's not really going to be a strong zone for me on the daily. You are also under a lot of lows, but you closed under them, so this doesn't really look like a liquidity grab to me. I think down here, you could say you're beginning that pullback. The daily range and the weekly is the same, but with crypto, I don't like using daily ranges because it's just too much a lot of the time. I mean, I keep them 9, but 4 hours what I'd preferably use for swing structure for my high time frame. So then like I said, that daily order box is going to be a 4-hour zone, and we can refine it a little bit now because we know we've came up in here. So we came up. Looks like we satisfied some orders here because we did what? We saw these breaks of internal structure. A lot of selling came in the market. Displacement. So you can say there was a lot of orders were satisfied there. Maybe not all, but we can say a lot were. So now we look over here. Last up candle before the down move. Now I've got more 4-hour supply. And this is just bearish order flow. That's all we're seeing. So you have that. Move up into 4-hour supply. Seems like orders are satisfied. Pushed up break structure to the downside. Internal structure, not swing. Then what? Come back up. 4-hour supply. Nearly fill the inefficiency. Almost all the way. Let's see what happens. 15-minute. Change of character. So here's your swing. Like this was a swing pullback for me. That's enough for me. Break structure to the downside. So then you have, where is your supply at? For me, it's going to be up here. You know, I actually might add this to my list because this is a little cleaner than most. I'd also mark this zone right here. Oops, wrong tool. You really mark all these because they're all in that in premium. So I'd mark all of these. I'd wait for confirmation on each one of them. Actually, I'd probably either want this one or this one because this one seems like it's been satisfied, and I'll be watching it if it comes here anyway. So I'll go ahead and just set an alert right there. Also, you see a lot of inefficiencies would be filled. So not a flip. Actually, it kind of is a flip, isn't it? Yeah, I actually like this zone because it did flip that demand over here. It blasted through it. So I'd watch this zone right there, set an alert. Probably gonna run out of alerts soon. Somebody said, what type of price action do you look for when it returns to supply zones on these low time frame that give me a good confirmation? This right here, what we're looking at. So we see our swing structure is bullish at first, pulling up into the zone. You know, obviously we're making higher highs. Yeah, this is kind of chalk. I don't know how you would map it. I mean, we'll try. Let's see. We'll just say this is your swing low. Yeah, I guess this would be your pullback here. Making higher highs, higher lows. Until what? Until you're not. Every trend comes to an end. So now we have came into a 4-hour point of interest. The 4 hours bearish, the weekly's bearish. We failed of inefficiency almost, and we've shifted to a bearish price structure. So this is where you have enough confluences. We've swept liquidity, we've absorbed supply, and we've changed market structure. So now this is where you look and wait for short entries. I'm going to add this. Thanks, Go Money, bringing this because ENS moves freaking crazy. And a lot of these, you know, using this, you know, if you're getting these, you know, the first entries up here, you know, I'm going to be targeting. I'm going to be trimming out heavily, but I'll target the bottom. GMT. What was funny about GMT? I was actually looking at GMT from like a kind of bullish perspective. I know this sounds ridiculous, but just hear me out here for any of you guys that are in here. Actually, JL, here, are you still here? I want you to look at this too.
Yeah.
Wyckoff God. So tell me, okay, this, I look at this like this was an accumulation down here on the lower time frames. I mean, obviously, this sent us like railing, like this. Maybe not this whole zone. Had minimized it down to like this zone. Maybe it was this whole zone. But I see that as an accumulation. Like, you know, here is your spread. I think actually I minimized it to a demand zone. But this I see as like a reaccumulation because you had that distro into a cum, and then you expanded from there. Then you saw another accumulation up here.
Yeah.
And you came up into distro, and then now it looks like we're coming back. We have this pretty. I'd say this was distribution. It was just dump. I guess this was mainly because of that news, which I don't think is even real. Which that was where it started to pique my interest because the news isn't real. Like, apparently, I don't want to say it's not. Or that for those of you watching that don't know what I'm talking about, apparently they said China arrested the CEO of GMT. I've heard it's not true. I've only saw it in like one tweet. We came back down to this zone and that demand that accumulation form that was unsatisfied, and you saw a huge fucking reaction. Now, it didn't really break 4-hour swing structure or anything. So that was the only bad part about it. I didn't like. He broke internal structure. But what do you think about that? I don't think it's giving us any kind of setup yet. It almost looks like this looks like a fractal zone of this right here. But what do you think about that, JL? Do you think that holds any relevance?
What's the volume say?
VSA, baby, VSA.
Are you looking? Or you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you mean to tell you.
Look at
I
that
can also
big
draw like a.
sponsored candle. Look at that volume.
You could do this as well, couldn't you? Like the fixed range. You'd want to do like from the bottom of this
Yeah,
accumulation.
I'm looking at that area with that institutional candle, highest volume out of the entire.
Yeah, this right here. Like it's life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like I don't know. I mean like I'm like
I don't
pretty
like how that
bearish on
It
crypto, but
actually
like
looks like it might be accumulating though, because volume
that's what I'm
is
saying.
decreasing.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
price is going up, so there's a divergence.
Yeah, that's what I'm
What
saying.
coin is this? GMT?
GMT, bro. Isn't that fucking weird?
Yeah.
Like that's why I was looking at this
It's
and
a
I was like,
weird ass
okay,
coin.
like I'm not gonna be biased just because this is like a fucking like a fancy Ponzi, but it's like I could see like a long bias starting to build. I don't know. That's why I wanted to see what you said, JL. And then you got that double break of structure to the upside. Yeah, I'd be looking for retracement first, but like I would be looking for longs around here, or maybe down lower, but I'd wait confirmation. It's just
On
funny.
the
The one
1
coin that I'm
hour,
like, the one coin
it
that
looks
I'm
like it'll break out.
looking for longs, I'm like, it's fucking GMT, and then BNX or some shit I looked at the other day.
Yeah, on the 1 hour, it looks good.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, fuck, bro. I mean, it's got double break of structure. You know, and I like how it satisfied this down here. It came to, this is the kind of healthy structure I see. Like break of structure comes down, bam, satisfies demand. Break of structure. Now we're just waiting for that pullback.
I mean, you could get in right there at that fair value gap under $1.
Yeah, like right
if
here.
it
That's where that alert's
decides to
set.
trade efficiently.
You know what I'm like? I'm not gonna be biased. Like I'll take longs if it comes there.
That order block right above it. Yeah, that's a good trade.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's just funny
It's
to me
just
that it's
because
fucking GMT.
that candle, that fair value gap candle, has a lot of high side volume.
Yeah.
So that's why I like it.
You could even look over here too, really, because if you look, but the thing is, for me, I mean, actually, I don't know. The more I look at this, I would like this because if you look, this was really the demand that flipped supply over here. This, I guess, you could say this did. That's why I think I had it charted because it did push through it, but you could see it lick down. So I'd actually
I just like it because it has the most buy volume. So I feel like that whole move up that broke structure the second time, that was going to mitigate that wick.
Yeah, exactly.
And it took a lot of money to do that.
There's a shitload of volume here in this candle too. Isn't that just sus, bro? Like I just kind of want to long it when it comes down here.
Bro, Facebook just fucking.
Oh, I'm out of alerts.
Tripping, bro. It was supposed to be a long. It's not doing anything.
I have an alert for silver, and I'm gonna delete FTM.
The stock market's just in a range.
All right, I've officially got 20 alerts set. But yeah, GMT though, for whoever asked, I mean, this is what I'm looking at. I mean, it might be unpopular opinion, but I would be looking for longs. Why do I have this? Oh, it's a fair value gap. Delete that because it's filled. I would be looking for longs at both of these levels, preferably the lower one. Let's see which one. That's another thing too. When I look at this major price move, they're both in discount. So if you're extremely bullish here, you might see nice reaction there, but this is more in that optimal trade entry. What old fucking Bitcoin doing? Like this might have been liquidity raid. It's not really showing signs of much strength just yet, but that can change. Yeah, for me, let's see what Tomo did. Aw, you bitch. Might have another entry. Let's see. For some of these shitcoins, I want to wait until we get more. So there was a nice entry here. Broke there. Should have just camped on it. That's not really seeing heavy displacement from it.
The markets are also kind of fucked up right now because of quantitative tightening. I forgot about that.
What is that?
Basically, so the Fed is they're selling off their assets. Instead of buying, they're selling back into the stock market. So they're going to be selling $1 trillion worth of equities into the market.
Nice.
But it's going to be slow. It's going to be 30 billion at a time.
Jesus.
Yeah, fun fact.
Are they selling it like OTC or just like public
bonds and OTC?
Bonds, yeah.
So you're going to see, yeah, it's fucking nuts. Am I going to play short today? Come on. It's just a range. It's so terrible.
Yeah, everything's pretty boring right now. I think we're going to get some really good setups here soon. That's why I'm just kind of chilling. So yeah, I like Tomo. I mean, this looks like a decent trade, like down to like, I mean, it's just sus though. I don't like this, that we're not getting that violent price action you want to see. You could have taken a trade here or here. One thing I've learned too with a lot of these shitcoins though, these flip zones on the 1 minute, you end up getting stop rated on them a lot. Like it's almost better just to play the first. Like I've back tested a lot, and it's almost always better to play the first. Sometimes the second one really works nice with larger caps, but like a lot of the lower cap coins, you'll get like wicked out because really here, your stop's supposed to be above the zone. But I mean, they work sometimes, but I've just spent a lot more time back testing recently.
On TD Ameritrade, when I go back and I test stuff, so like if I'm doing back testing, what's cool about the TD Ameritrade broker is that when you do the playback, it's not like TradingView where it fills the full candle. Like if you're looking at 1 hour candles, it'll take a full hour to fill the candle.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
So you get to feel what it feels like when you're gonna enter a trade. You get that emotion because it's like, it's not just like print.
Right. Yeah. Hindsight on TradingView is just like fucking like an instant gratification.
Oh yeah, and Biden has a meeting today. I forgot.
Oh yeah.
He's meeting with the president. First time since
With
the last
president
time
of
they
who?
met was before Biden was the president.
With president of China?
U.S.
Oh,
So
wait.
Jerome Powell and Biden.
Oh, I thought you said Biden
Fed.
was meeting with the president. I was like, wait, what president?
I thought Biden was meeting with himself.
That's what I was like, wait, what?
No, Jerome Powell. Sorry.
I thought I had it.
They're
I
gonna
don't have
talk
them.
about taxes and interest rates and shit. So that's also why the market's not moving.
Yeah.
I'm literally watching 9 charts and there's nothing. Crypto, Forex, stocks, nothing.
Yeah, I don't. Nice spike off the flip zone. I will say that in volume. And see, just because like here's the thing with a lot of these trades, like say if this right here was way lower, I would maybe even look for an entry here, because that was like on TRX, the first TRX, everybody was like, it was literally had moved like 0.2%, and everyone was like, no, fuck, we missed it, and I'm like, dog, like you didn't miss it, if like just, I mean, like if you want to take it that bad, just take the trade with the same stop loss and size your position. Like you can take a trade from any, like, you're just gonna have a way less of a risk to reward, which sometimes, for some of you, it should talk you out of getting out of the trade. You know what I mean? But that's all personal, So like here, it's like, The risk reward's not bad. I'm just not feeling it yet. I don't know. Something in my bones is telling me not to take it, so I'm gonna wait. Let's see how we react to this candle up here. I might take a little scalp, depending on if we can get another breakdown or just a lot of volume. Because the risk reward's still not bad here. From right here, it's only like this is a good example of like how much the risk reward can change that fast. Like just that little tiny move can break your trade if you have a strict policy on what you take. Like I'm not going to take something preferably that's not at least like on the better side of 4 to 5 R. Yeah, it's just going to go. Soak out that liquidity. What we could wait, so what you can do is once you get this, okay, here's your second confirmation. This is now where it's like we're really confirming that we're in a bearish 15 M15 market. You could wait till we come up here to this supply. What is this here? Oh, it's those lines. Oh, it never hit the. That's why we didn't get notified. It didn't. Oh, wait. How the fuck did our alert go off? I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, once we get back up into this POI, then you can, once that demand or that supply is being satisfied again, you can maybe take a trade there. But it's always nice to study price action, just see how stuff reacts real time. Not always just have money in it. You don't always have to have money in something to learn. Watch, if I had to guess, it might come up into this level, fill that fair value gap, sweep these highs. It's gonna do. If it does that, we'll probably see a nice reversal off this. But like I said, I'm not gonna take it. I'm just gonna chill on it. See how it reacts. And if it doesn't react there, it'll show that this liquidity, because this is another thing you got to watch out for. Say if it doesn't react there, you can say, okay, well, we came down into this demand. I didn't tap it. Yeah, I kind of did. This demand and also this fair value gap.
Let's land over there.
So I'm playing Fortnite.
Apex.
Or Apex, yeah. Sir, trades all that, bro. You better win.
So I'm looking at XMR too. I'm on a 30-minute chart, and I see an inefficiency. Around 198. Or wait, hold on. 196 to 198. You see that inefficiency right there?
Don't we just filled? Or wait, one.
Did it get filled
Oh,
already?
you mean to the upside? I'm sorry. I was looking at the 4 hour. This right here. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Right
I'm just gonna. I'm watching that area to see if I can try and
Taking a
find it.
sip.
Try to short.
Yeah.
I see it, but like personally, only reason I wouldn't do it is because when you look at your swing, you're heavily in discount.
Heavily in this. Okay.
Now,
Okay.
is that a deal breaker for you? Maybe not. For me, it is personally. But I mean, I've seen trade setups here. Like, okay, if you do take it, take profits aggressively if it does work out. You know what I mean? Just you have to have. It's all about now. What now? Maybe the price swing isn't done, and we do this. Oh, now you're not in discount. You see what I'm saying? Now this order
Right.
block might be your point of interest, and that's why we just kind of let stuff develop. And but you know.
Yeah, I gotta remember that. I gotta the whole premium discount thing. Yeah.
But yeah, that's like so you got like your checklist. Like for me, checklist is number 1 market structure, and number 2 premium discount, which I guess kind of is the same thing in a way. Is it in a zone of supply, or is it in an area of liquidity? If I don't have 2 of those 3 things, I'm not touching it. And then also, of course, your main determining factor is the high time frames. Like, what are the high time frames telling you? Because, like, for instance, you can have this kind of price action. You know, say if I don't know, say if you had all this and we had no supply we're in, like this means nothing to me if we're not in supply, or maybe above an old high, or in a fair value gap. So everything comes together. Fucking waves,
here.
man.
Close range.
That shit is like up at the bike. See what Tomo does. Reacted to that zone pretty nicely. Maybe we should have took it. Who knows? But I just want to see how it plays out. I haven't traded Tomo in quite a while. I think it's been a couple weeks. And I wasn't using the 1 minute. I was using the 15 minute. Main reason why I don't like it is because, like, if we were been watching here, I probably would have taken it because the risk reward would have been better. But in here, it's still good to the final target for sure. But you've got quite a few areas where I'd want to trim. Like there's a fair value gap here. Now you've made a new low here. You've got this zone of demand. You got a fair value gap here. Equal lows here. So you see what I mean? Like it could all get cleared out, but let's just see how it reacts. Hopefully one of you guys maybe degened in. I don't know. I always get scared when I'm on fucking. How would I determine TP levels on trades based like Tomo? Well, for one, I'm getting the trade from the 15 minute. So my final target, theoretically, if you wanted to be like a super, if you think this is the top for Tomo, remember we got a 4 hour, we're at 4 hour supply. We're at the top of this, little leg and price we had. You could target this low down here. Really this low down here because they failed to make new highs up here. They didn't make new strong highs. But really this low would be, a major zone. And then also 4 hour inefficiencies, these fair value gaps. The main target for this trade is would be like this zone right here.
Indicator here.
If you wanted to be, a little more. All right, it's your trades. Sorry, bud. But yeah, this would be just swing structure. It's gonna be lows, and then also in the high time frames, I'll use inefficiencies, demand zones. What was it? 6454 is what we're gonna use, or was it this zone? It was just 6457. I don't remember. So let's just see how it would have played out.
Shit.
Oh hell yeah! Thank you, baby. My girl got me some fruit. She got me right. I swear, I'm like, when I wake up, I literally just wake up and just like chug a shitload of water. I usually don't even eat till like lunch. Unless my girl brings me something. I'm like, wait, I probably should eat something. Check on TRX. And I can go, let's go over TRX so you guys can kind of see real time, like, not real time, sorry, in hindsight, why we took this. So I kind of touched on it earlier, but we'll start from the top. So for one, we have on the 4 hour here, you had a shift in structure here, because here was your swing structure. You made a new high, low, high. What happened? You shifted bear right there. That was your 4 hour break of structure to give me a bearish narrative. So now I'm in a bear market. I'm in a bear mentality. Now, could you have long, like, does that mean you short here? Absolutely fucking not. This is where you expect. Where do we expect a pullback to? Supply zones that sent us to this low, preferably in premium. So what happened? Price came up in a heavy premium. This is a daily order block too. We'll go to the daily so you can see. Very clean. Actually, no, I think I refined it. This was a daily order block, and I refined it to that 4 hour zone. I need to actually mark this. So then I marked this inside bar. Now, could we have gone even farther and found, and this is, you can do this if you want. This is all on your stop. So I can go in here on the 15-minute, and I could have said, oh shit, okay, where's the unsatisfied area? Right through that pivot zone. I guarantee this is probably where it hit. Fast forward. Yep, filled it completely. Look at that. Perfect. So you can refine these zones, you know, however you'd like. We'll just leave it like that. So we came and filled that. We satisfied all supply. Didn't break it. Now, what do we see right after it? Remember, this goes back to where we're at right now in the market. Change of character. Price came up into that supply. And this is why I like waiting for this. Because look, back here, everybody was like, you know, including me, I would have been like, oh, is it this zone, this zone, this zone? Now you got here. I already got short. Stop the break even. Or for a loss if you didn't break even your stops. Because you might not even have. Right? You probably even got a confirmation. Let's see if you did. This is why selecting your supply and demand zones is pretty important. Yes, so here, look at this. 1 minute, you got your change, you got your, here's your break of structure right here. Or, your, you know, your, I mean, actually it was swing structure, but I would use internal in the 1 minute. Okay, here you've got this. Okay, supply, you could have said here or this wick, whichever one. And it doesn't really matter because your entry got filled, started to move, you were excited. You know, you didn't hit any targets. You didn't even hit the second. You didn't hit this. So, like, you just got stopped. You didn't even get a stop break even there. And if you break even your stops there, it's because you're just scared. I mean, I'm not saying it was the wrong decision because obviously it moved up, but I won't break even my stops that quick. It's pointless to me because whenever you break even stops, you're basically saying, like, okay, well, because theoretically, let's just say if price came and did what it was supposed to do from here, it broke this high, or I mean this low. Where's it going to come back to? It's going to come back to the supply at your entry. So you're going to get like that baby move, and then price is just literally going to come stop you out, doing what it's supposed to do. So that's why you don't want to just break even your stops for no reason. But anyways, early shorts got liquidated or stopped out. For those of you, whenever I say liquidate, I don't mean their accounts got liquidated. It means like when you see these like wrecked things, you know what I mean? You don't have to like think those are people getting actually liquidated. It's just positions getting liquidated. Like when on the Glassnode or Glassdoor, when they say like 800 million wrecked or whatever, that's just positions. But anyways, price came back up. We finally got that full, healthy satisfaction of supply. So newest supply was introduced to the market here and here, really. But if you look here, if we go on the low time frames, it was getting satisfied because you had this inside bar. There was supply there. It caused that little first break of structure internally. It was satisfied. We had another right here, inside bar. That's where your new supply introduction is. So now we have a new area of supply. Price comes down, gets that break of structure. So now we're really confirming. We closed there. We're like, okay, this is shifting bearish. The 4 hour zone is up here. We refined it, but 15 minutes now double shifted bearish. So now it's like, okay, let's revisit price once it comes here. Now everybody was getting scared here. Oh, it's short. Now, I mean, I traded a couple times, but notice my profit targets were very aggressive. I thought we were going to come up here. Right, even here, people got an early shorts right here, and because it does matter. Once because you could have drawn your supply zone as this, not understanding supply. You could have said this is my supply zone, and while not understanding how important those inside bars are, because that's the range that actually sent us down. Because for supply to form, a range has to form, whether it's on the low time frames or the high time frames. A range has to form in some manner in order to introduce supply, because all this expansion is when the supply outweighed the demand in this range. There was an inefficiency between supply and demand, so price rushed to meet that inefficiency. So once there's an over amount of supply, it's going to go to where there's equilibrium, and then that's how you get a range. And then it all happens over and over again. That's all price action is. Somebody said, why is the B story Discord linked up? I don't know what B, it's the playbet, you mean? That's just the Discord that we all trade in for Shingami Gamer. That's the Discord that I give signals in and stuff. And much more too. We do a lot of stuff. Everybody drop a comment on YouTube and let them know about playbet. But yeah, so here you could have came back into this supply, and you got that change of character here, but you got faked out and you got your stops ran. Why? Because your supply zone creation was incorrect, and everything, it has to be that correct. It's calculated. Look, notice inside bar, that was your supply in here. Came up, satisfied it, bam. What was not satisfied? This zone. This zone really already been tapped into here. So that's why we waited. Now there are short opportunities and long opportunities throughout here, tons, right? But we're trying to wait for that bigger move. So we waited. Price did finally come back up into this zone. So that's when we scale into our lower time frames to find an entry. Or, maybe if you trade, you could have just taken a trade like this. You could have just taken this right there. The risk reward have been a third, but could have taken it. And also, in my opinion, the 15-minute, honestly, it does work great for some cryptos, but you don't really know that your zone's you don't know that price is reacting to your zone. You know what I mean? But here, once price came up in this, so I'm on the 15-minute zone right here. So I'm not going to wait for a 15-minute change of character here. Why? Because we've already got that. We've already got it twice. We already know where 15 minutes bearish. You don't have to wait again for it to go bearish again, because to go, get another confirmation, you're breaking down here, like closing under this low. So you don't have to wait for all that. The trade's already done at that point. So we're going to go to 1 minute at that point. So then what do we look for? It's the same thing. Same exact thing, but internal structure. So here, your first entry. And I was actually out of the house right here when this happened. So your first entry was that. You broke down. Look at that. Broke that internal structure. Now this isn't swing, I know, but you broke internal structure. Supply that sent you there. Price returns to it. Bam. Then what happens? Then you look for that demand that sent you to that supply. Where is it? Right here. Oh, look at that. What supply sent you down from there? Bam, right there. And this comes like how we're talking about these other levels. See how this was like not really in a heavy premium. I mean, it was at OTE, but it wasn't like you could have said I'm gonna wait for up here. But a lot of times the flip zones, they'll be a little more down because you see price come down, it reacts to the demand, and then you have to have new introduction of supply to break said demand. Supply inefficiency takes over, we break. This is your flip zone. Relabel this. So then you have a flip. So now we can really confirm the supply has flipped demand again. Now we're bearish in the 1 minute, we're bearish in the 15-minute. Now it's just time for execution. So I saw two zones here. Price came up into this one. I was literally watching. This is when we signaled. We got in right here. I moved it on the 15-minute, so it's going to be fucked up now. It was 8-3, yeah, 3-5-4. So we saw a rush up. We could have waited for here. Maybe should have. You would have got a way better risk to reward, but I was happy with the price action here. I knew where my level was invalidated. If we break above this over here, it was invalidated for me. Very easy. And like then it moved down, I think to like here. I was sitting right here and people didn't want to, or no, that was a different trade. That was another one. That was a TRX that got stopped out yesterday. And that's another thing. We traded TRX yesterday and got stopped out. Why? It just wasn't ready, and that's okay. It's totally fine to get stopped out. We lost 1% on that trade. Some guys moved to break even. You're up. You should be up probably, I think, 4.75% off this trade if you trade it trimmed how I said. I said trimmed 25% at the first take profit. What does that do? That covers our fees and makes, if we get stopped out, it's a break-even trade. So, but you gained 1%. We didn't get stopped out, so you gained 1% there. Then we come down here, and we've taken 25% off. This was at 10R. So if you have a 1% risk tolerance, you risked 1% here, you made 10% here. But we already had taken 25% off. So then you'd be up 7.5%, and we took 50% of that. So that's 3.75%. And we took 1% here, 3.75. You're up 4.75% of your entire portfolio off this move. So, and it's still running. So it's totally fine to take a loss every once in a while. People trip out. You can tell people that are not risking properly, or if they are risking properly and they're tripping out like that over a loss, like maybe this isn't for you. And I'm not trying to be a dick. You need to reassess where your mind's at, because you have to have a very efficient way of handling both wins and losses in order to be successful long term. If you don't handle both of those correctly, then you will not be successful in the long term. You'll be a pump and dump trader, and you'll either lose a lot of money or lose a lot of sleep, or both. Probably both. But it's really important to understand your buy. And once you develop, if you can refine and refine and refine when it comes to your strategy, because the more you have a specific framework for what it requires for you to get into a trade, the less you think. The more you have a specific framework for you to get out of a trade, the less you think. Because remember, as soon as money is involved, as soon as this happens, as soon as you're in, you're thinking differently. And people always say, "Oh yeah, dude, yeah, you always know, be a good trader, you have no emotion, you gotta be emotionless." And that's literally bullshit. I'm sorry, maybe some of you disagree with me. I think that's bullshit. Do I have emotion when I'm in a trade? Definitely. But do I act off of it? No, because I am already, I know what I am doing. I know what I need to get out. I know everything is set up for me. I don't have to, question it and say, "Oh shit, should I sell here? Should I sell here?" I just know exactly what needs to happen in order for me to execute. So it takes all the thought out of it. So let's see here. I'm gonna wait for confirmation of this. I wonder how. I bet Tomo came back up to where its entry was. My God. I don't know why the TA doesn't sync. Yeah, look at that. See, that's why I didn't like that trade. Because look, there's so much liquidity down below. Maybe it still plays out, but that's why I didn't like it, because we had this down here. We'd filled that. We tapped in demand. Look at that. It might dump from here, but that's why I didn't like the trade. So that's why it's not always mandatory to take a trade. And yes, you got confirmation. It still might play out, but if it breaks above this stop loss or really that wick, to me, the trade wouldn't be that good. It would not be good anymore. So that's why it's good to follow your instincts and understand everything around you. And just, you don't want to just be looking at your entry. Be looking below. Be like I said before, know what's going to cause you to get out of a trade. If I'm entering off the 1 minute, I'm usually getting targets, at least some, off the 1 minute. And I don't want to target before I hit at least 3R. I don't like that, because then you're hitting targets where you should be trimming, but we're not where I want to trim yet. I don't want to trim to like 4R most of the time. And there's always another trade too. That's another thing. Like, you forget too that, like, not every, like for instance, I miss trades all the time that suck. The ones that really suck are when you had a limit set and you still miss it, but it's okay. Like there's gonna be another day, another trade. You might not find another trade today. You might miss the trade that you've been waiting there all fucking day on. That shit will put you in a bad mood, sure, but the more familiar you get with that feeling and aware of it and not reacting to it, the better a trader you're gonna become. Now that sounds redundant, like, oh, like how are you a better trader by missing profits? I get it, it doesn't make sense, but it does. Once you do it, and ask anybody who's been doing this a while, they'll tell you the same thing.
Damn, do you know how many times it takes for me to get into a trade? How many fucking losses until I get that one that sticks and it's like 1 to 67 RR?
Exactly. That's what I'm
I
saying.
just don't sit there and fall out my P&L because I'm gonna fucking, I don't know if I'm gonna win the next trade, you know? So
Yeah,
I can't let it get to me.
exactly. No, like, cause it's like, bro, like, I mean, if you're trading like 10R, 20R, it's like, dude, you think about it, like you could literally lose 5, 6 trades in a row before,
It smacks.
yeah, and then it's like most
that
people
nifty.
though are gonna get psyched out, and then they're gonna go into that goddamn cycle of death, which is like they they take trades that they have the right bias, and they take a little bit of a loss, and either they were over leveraged, over positioned, or just not experienced, and then they get psyched out. So they take a trade that was, the TA was right, but maybe their entry was wrong. Something was wrong. You get stopped out. They might even take a second or third, and then that happens again and again, and then they're like, damn, fuck, man, I have no idea what I'm doing. And then the trades that they would have taken, the ones they wanted to take but were scared to, played out and would have covered their losses. And then they get back in and try to trade at the wrong time because they're pissed off, and they lose again, and they continue that cycle.
Damn, GJ broke out. And Bitcoin's breaking out. Perfect. GMT don't want the smoke.
Bro, doesn't that chart just interest you? I want Bitcoin to make a new high. Like, I want this swing structure to shift up to where this is the low and this is the high. That would be ideal.
Gonna be a good week, man. We got Flow, we got Glacier Boy, we got you again on Friday.
Tomorrow too,
and
and Thursday.
And Thursday.
Yeah, every day for me. But yeah, the events, I'm glad we started doing that. I think it's going to add a lot of value and also give a lot of different perspectives and help people learn, because the reason that I wanted to start doing this again was because, like I said before, I think I said the other day in stream, the way that the OGs here in Playbit learned the most and also got a lot of the community building side of things was through the voice chat and through like people actually talking, which I know I've been doing 3 weekly streams for, God knows how long now, like a year, but it's just like
a very long time.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like that they're cool and I know they help you guys, but most of the time people don't talk because it's like this like set, very formal like Casper stream, and I never want people to feel like they don't. I want people to talk. Like, now, do I want people to like railroad me in the middle of my sentence? Of course not. But I want people to talk. I always do. So, you know, I think that's going to be able to give a new dynamic to the group that it hasn't had in a while. So I'm glad we're doing it for sure. Also, I guarantee there was probably a nice ICT setup here on Bitcoin that I don't know why I didn't really look for. I haven't really been playing that as much with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's just honestly the point. I don't even like trading anymore. I guarantee there was a nice one here. Oh, of course, you didn't even get filled.
So I've heard a lot about the word fractal, and I'm like, what does that mean?
So for instance, the low time frames make up the high time frames. So if I'm on a 4 hour here, if I go over, let's use an unmarked chart. That's what I usually teach people on. Now, if I look here on, let's find one of these inside bars. So, for instance, Bitcoin's price action is such dog shit. Did I want to look at it? Hold on. Use URUSD. So, for instance, here, an inside bar is a good example. Now, these inside bars, what are they? All it is a candle that didn't break the previous candle's low or high. So, what would that make that on a low time frame? It's gonna be a range, just a trading range. So, if we mark that candle, we go to a 15-minute. It's going to take a second because I went back really far. You're going to have some form of range here. See, like now you look, you had a nice little range here. Now that's one way of looking at it. But now you can use this. So say if you have an inside bar near a supply zone, maybe like here, you could say that range was where supply was introduced to the market. Like here, you could refine this to this. Say that because that's really where the supply was introduced. It wasn't all in this candle. Now, if you look, another thing too, a lot of people use these institutional candles and they'll use equilibrium, but look, equilibrium is that inside bar. But that's one way. There's also like buy to sell wicks. I'm kind of getting on a little bit of a tangent. Really, fractal. All fractal means is the lower time frames make up the higher time frames. That's all it really means.
Okay.
But, yeah. So like for instance, I'm trying to find a good little area here. I don't know if a wick there. So something like this, that's going to be demand on a lower time frame. So that buying to sell. So that wick, there's going to be demand on that wick. You can also see, it wasn't the strongest, but you caught some kind of opportunity off of it. Should have hit the replay button because it's going to be way back. Oh no, it wasn't actually. So if you look in the 15-minute, then you could refine it again. Oh, okay, look, we got a range right here in this candle. You'd probably include that bottom wick. And you could have gone down. I'm not going to go to the 1 minute. It won't even have that data. But you could go down and find, and you can see there was demand here. Nice little longs. Short-lived, you know what I mean? Because you were, remember, you have to take those high time frames. At this point, you should be expecting a pullback. You had seen a break structure in the high time frames or in premium. But you could have, you see what I mean? You can, that's kind of like going back with what you were saying about Mayor. You can take longs like that, but you just have to go in with the correct perspective. Because like, for instance, say like if this were like a weak high, like say if this were in a bullish market, I'm just going to erase the left, and this were like a weak high or something, like say if we had a low right here and this high was, so we weren't so biased that we thought we were going to have a pullback, you could target all the way up here. But what happens if you do that? You just got left in the dirt. You know what I mean? And also a lot of these times, like you'll see and look back like, okay, there was a long here. Maybe if you caught the 1 minute and you caught a very sniper entry and had like a like 5 pip stop loss or something, you could have got a nice entry there and then taken it like at highs here and like this fully out of that supply is what I would have done. But you see what I mean? Like that you have to just have a specific framework for each kind of trade you take. Fucking Timmy YouTube chat. I got an alert for ENS. Oh yeah, that was up. It's moving back up. Again, I'm gonna be pretty cautious with stuff here, just because, like, see, like that Tomo, like this is a good example. Like, I want to take shorts from up here, preferably. Now look here. Okay, if I get in a 1 minute entry here, what's gonna be right above my stop loss? First of all, I'll delete this. Now that we've hit it, move this. Delete that. Move this up here. This might be even a better POI. Why? Because there's liquidity right there, and you have 3 confluences. Even then, you're still not as deep into a disc or a premium as I'd like. And if you look here, this hasn't even been satisfied. Like there's definitely supply here. You cannot tell me there's not supply in this. Now, it doesn't have to be satisfied. Price doesn't have to. You could maybe say the supply was in this candle. you know, and it hit there. But I don't know. I like this up here. So, I mean, I'm not saying I won't take shorts from here, but I'd rather take them from here. I want to look at Bitcoin low time frame, just out of curiosity.
It's inside a fractal supply zone on the wick.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of possible shorts here.
you could. Like, that's like, that's how I used to trade Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is just, I don't like the way it trades recently. Like for like low time frame stuff, I just don't like it. Like, for instance, like here's a good example of why. So, like on indices here, you see this obvious liquidity raid, the London close, going into London close. Well, leading up to London close, I should say. I guess we're really there right now, or an hour ago was London close. But you get what I'm saying. Back to stock market open, and in that 10 a.m. area. Usually, you'll see after that, you'll see an expansion up to raid the buy side for the day, which we already saw that. But when price action is healthy, which Bitcoin's rarely is ever healthy, you see moves up, these inefficiencies get filled. Nothing even got filled. Like we have the 3 minutes better time frame for this all the time. Nothing, like literally. It's just like terrible. I don't like it. I don't like trading it. It's doesn't. But I mean, there is opportunities. I don't mean to say be like a naysayer at all. Like I see what you're saying, but I just am so hesitant to fuck with Bitcoin because it doesn't really respect PA. Stop losses get wicked and then plays move out. It's almost like the algorithms for Bitcoin are just like even heavier manipulation than others. I don't know, but it used to not be like that. Like really up until like I got back from the beach and I started back testing stuff because it was like this setup right here that happens on indices every day was happening on Bitcoin for a long time, and then it just completely stopped happening. Like this, like for instance here, if I'm trading here, this would have been my entry right here. This didn't even give you an entry for the way I look at it. If you look at like you played this whole order block, I guess you could say you had an entry, but it's like, I mean, I don't like doing that. I like if it's not if there's a fair value gap right there, I wouldn't have taken that. And then also there are on a lot of these setups. Oops, wrong. Forgot what a long position looked like. Risk reward's not the greatest either. It's less than 3 for me. You could target higher, I guess, but or I'm on AVAX. What the fuck? This whole time I've been talking shit about Bitcoin. I've been on AVAX. But yeah, this didn't either give you an entry. So you had that fair value gap, did not get filled. Like the one that caused the breaks, didn't get filled. Same thing. That's why I don't like trading some of these liquidity concepts on a lot of crypto because it just they don't hit like they were for a while. Leave all the inefficiencies, but I guess that could go into the bias of like the whole, you know, short, all bearish bias. How the fuck did I end up on AVAX? Because I remember charting this on Bitcoin. Unless they both have like the same thing. I really want Bitcoin to make a new high here. Another thing too with Bitcoin recently, the lows are getting just straight violent. Like really, I would say like looking at most charts, like this wouldn't be a buy day because you see the London low just got absolutely just disrespected. Closure under it. You sit under it for 45 minutes. So usually on a buy day, you don't want that to happen. And I appreciate it. Otera. Ape trading nice. I'm sure everything's pumping right now. Oh, thank you. I want to see Ape come up into this zone minimum. So that's what I was saying before. Like those longs right here, they hit, you know. But I just wouldn't have taken them just because I'm more short bias. I'm just gonna wait. It just all goes back to your style, like how you trade and what you're looking to do. Here at this point, I'm kind of just waiting till we get, when we're this high to a strong high, like say if we close a 4 hour above this, I'll wait for retracement, maybe short down and play longs from it. But, you know, until then, I'm just kind of waiting. What's up, Timmy? I'm just not seeing those. Hercules. So I said AVAX gapped up. I don't see it here. I wanted to come all the way up here though. So I said 30 minute, I guess. I don't see it. I don't know what time frame or what chart. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. We've had pretty good retention. Like we've been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes. And I've had a good number of on YouTube and also a bunch of people. That was one thing I wanted to watch for because I was thinking like, okay, just do like an hour because most people are gonna lose attention after that. But I mean, I'm like, if I'm sitting here, which I'm going to be until right around this time usually, then why not, just stream? It's not like doing much else except charting. Might as well kind of work together and try to show people as much as possible.
What up, Go?
What's up? SNX Disney Demon.
SNX Guardians of the Galaxy Demon.
What were you doing just in line and you're like on mobile trading view? I looked at it after you. I was like, yeah, this shit. I didn't catch it because I just didn't see it in time. But bro, like the daily and the weekly, that shit was like, I mean, like, what is your stock? Like, it's like, bro, it's like the actual bottom, bro.
It was that's what I'm saying.
It's like, bro, like, fuck, dog.
I was like, fuck, bro. Why not? Like, I was like, whatever, like, low risk. Like, I'm like looking at the chart, like, from the top to the bottom, and I'm like, obviously, like, there's other factors. Like, I had levels from fucking 2 years ago and shit on the chart when we were OG trading it and shit. But, like, it was under, it broke back above them. And then I'm like, okay, we undercut these lows. We close a weekly candle, like, lower. Like, traders are settling up lower on, like, a weekly time frame. I'm like, yeah, like, this coin's probably going to zero. I was like, fuck it. Like, low risk as fuck. Why not? And then, yeah, shit just fucking popped the fuck off.
Yeah. No,
and, like, looking at the chart, it's like, even, like dummy trading logic, it's like, if I'm going to flip a coin, probability of having another red weekly candle is like, holy fuck.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like, this on some, like, literal, like, basic mentality shit.
Yeah, just like, this is like, see, this is where I would kind of use, like, I don't really use white collar as much, but I'd look at this, like, this is pretty clear accumulation. We're also at the bottom of that range.
Like, I'm just like, bro, the market, like, you're running the chance of it going completely stale and, like, volumeless if you're just having this price action all the time. Like, you need, like, I don't know, there needs to be some, like, if Bitcoin or crypto is, like, a business, like, you need an advertisement, bro. Like,
right.
Like you need something to where you get people interested in it again. Even if your plan is to take it to 10K or to 0 or whatever the fuck, like you need, if you didn't get all your sales in at 50, 60, 40, 35 or whatever, like you need prices to go up
Exactly.
to, be able to sell off what you really want. Like you could be super bearish, but you just want price to go up so you could fucking, it's like you owning a pair of shoes. You bought the top and fucking you didn't sell the top on the fucking Jordan Chicago's. Like you want price to go back up so you can dump them. Like that's just what it is.
Yeah. No, I agree 100%.
So I mean, like, yeah, like structurally, like this crypto and like whatever, it's like fucking terrible. But like, doesn't mean that these super shit on coins that are just like illiquid as fuck catch like a little $10 million like pump and they're up fucking 35%. You know, like
Exactly.
it's like these market caps are so shit. Like Bitcoin's market cap's even shit, bro. It's like fucking 750 billion. Like what the fuck?
Compared to like stocks and shit, like you'd say that one day, it's like.
Bro,
literally
yeah,
nothing.
like you fucking kidding me? Like
Yeah.
Apple's like 5 times of what Bitcoin is right now, and Apple's up like fucking 5% today. Like from the bottom, Apple is up like 13% from like a couple weeks ago. Like that's like fucking
Insane.
all of Ethereum.
Yeah, literally.
Like it's like 300 billion of its $3 trillion market cap. It's up 10%, like 300 bill. Like I don't know, like
Yeah. And going back to like what you said about like the advertisement, like that's kind of like why I feel like what's happening here, because it's like the people that like all the orders, because like the way I look
dude,
at
yeah,
it,
they're bored. Everyone's so bored. They're just gonna go do something else.
yeah, and like there's so many orders here, like so when these algos were pushing price down, like because like it's not like somebody like if you're trading smart money or whatever, it's not like there's some guy like God sitting in a chair that's like
Profit
this.
operator is just the
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah. So it's like there was a ton of shorts put in all through here. You know what I mean? Like all the way down. So it's like let's just say like all these except like you get the idea. We're filled except a couple of them. So we come back up
Yeah.
here, and then like you said, though, it's like your average. It's like you're like you're pumping up. You're inducing retail liquidity. Like the people that were not buying here, that were like shorting, that whenever they broke lows, they're buying here.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Which we
But,
might
like,
break out, but
Yeah, and even on the smart money like Wyckoff thing, like if you I don't know how long we've been in this fucking range on Bitcoin. It's been fucking like terrible.
yeah.
But like there's some people that literally have just set alerts like above the range and below the range, and it's just like they just stepped away, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, I get my alert. Like we're back like the highest it's been since the capitulation of the downside where we started our range, or like we just broke range lows. Well, you know, like that's when people like start like actively like coming in and shit. Like when you see volume, quote unquote, on like breakouts or breakdowns of shit.
Yeah, and then there's like
Because it's like,
stocks, too.
Yeah, totally. So I'm just like, bro, like some people are just like so just like I don't know. Bitcoin is fucking crazy, bro. Like the barcoding, I've never seen some shit like that.
Yeah, it's just straight.
You
It's like
go back to like
exhausting.
2017 and like 2020 and like 2013 and shit like that, like 2018 dumps. Fucking holy fuck, bro. I've never seen Bitcoin barcode for as many like daily candles or like kind of like essentially like just be as bad as it was on the weekly for like that long.
Yeah, I remember the dump of 2017, bro. Like bro, Bitcoin in 2017, like that shit was fucking insanity, bro. Like it's funny how small that looks now, but this was insane back then because you gotta remember it came from like nothing.
Oh, in the summer?
Yeah.
On the second dip?
Well, yeah, really this dip. I remember because like I didn't really like I was involved in this, but I wasn't like I was doing TA on my Binance chart. You know what I'm saying? Like that type shit.
Yeah.
Like so like it wasn't even TA. It was just like this looks like it's gonna keep going. But like I remember I got in and I didn't even sell the top. I sold it like 16K. It was like somewhere like here. I got scared after that first drop, but bro, this shit was just like fucking literally pumped up like back to fucking 3K. Like just like you said, it didn't barcode. Like it kind of did, but this wasn't really barcoding. It was like
dude, yeah, like
moved.
previously, like even 2021 summer, bro. Like we were ranging from 30 to 40. Dude, we were just fucking ranging from like 28 to 30. Like that was crazy.
Yeah, literally.
Like that's just crazy, bro.
Exhausting the fuck out of we got a weekly change of character here also.
Yeah, I was just thinking like because at the demand level, it's like you're either like absorbing remaining supply before you fucking like go to the upside, or you're absorbing like the remaining demand like to then go to the downside. And, like you were just consolidating so badly underneath 30K, like
Yeah.
man. But hey, new candles come out and we're above 32, so it is what it is.
Yeah, like if for us to be bullish again, I'm gonna need a 4-hour close above 32,650. But I don't want to be bullish. Like to be honest with you, I want us to absolutely dump because
Yeah, I feel you though. 32,650. Yeah, that's that wick on the daily right
yeah,
there.
it's just the strong high
Um,
4-hour. This is like for me, this is swing structure. So like this is our swing high, swing low. So if I can get a 4-hour closure above that, I'll say the 4 hours now shifted bullish, and then I'd
you
wait
could
for
probably
us
go to like 39 or 40.
fucking if I said run a 24-hour stream. Fuck, I probably could have. We probably all could have back in like 2020.
No cap. Everyone could just take shifts.
Bro.
The caster could do like 5 hours, and then someone else could do 5 hours, and then someone else could do 5 hours.
To play a bit
Bitcoin
more
just
machine.
got that 1 minute change of character.
Yeah, no, I see. That's why I was like the short. Oh yeah, I see the short opportunity. What you're talking about for sure. I'm just, dude. Bitcoin just like I have a love hate relationship with this piece of shit, bro. I really do. Like it's funny because it'll go like I was plotting this because I'm like, you for a while there I wasn't trading it just because I was literally charting it and it was doing shit that like it just wasn't respecting the price action the way it did, or at least the way I wanted it to. Like, yeah, you can in hindsight you can always go back and be like, yeah, I would have longed here. You know what I'm saying? But like being real with yourself, a lot of the times, like when I look at stuff, like because you can always go back, always, and plot out like what should have happened. But like now, like would you have actually done that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, uh, I don't know, but like Bitcoin for a while there, it wasn't really giving me the PA I wanted. But now I was looking at it, like that's why I have this chart. I was like, God, I would have like if it wasn't Bitcoin, like I wasn't being biased on, I would have shorted here and here last night. But I was like, fuck it. But I'm noticing, dude, I swear to you, Sol and AVAX have better price action than Bitcoin and Ethereum lately. But I think it's just because Bitcoin and Ethereum are being super fucking manipulated. Did you take shorts? Or are you waiting for the return to origin, Jail?
Oh, I'm already in.
Okay, you just what did you just take them up there?
If you go into the 1 minute, I took the fractal supply zone, and then because
Yeah.
that's basically marked out as a range, I pulled fibs on it, and it hit optimal trade entry, or it hit the 79% retracement perfectly.
So you just took
It had
the probably.
It had a very low time frame distribution pattern.
Yeah, I see it for sure. Like for instance, for me, if I were to short here, I would take like this personally.
That's clean.
I mean, I'd probably take it. I actually use inefficiency.
And one thing Algo taught me is whenever there's a range, whichever way the range breaks out first is most likely where the range is going to like expand towards.
I disagree.
So if you
personally,
look at
personally, I will say that. Yeah, just because stop rates, like especially with sessions, like for instance, like well, I don't know. Actually, maybe I'm looking at what you're saying wrong. Like when you say like
just think of it when you think of a range, they take out the early. If we're going down, they're going to take out the early shorters and then bring them into drawdown and premium, and then
I
that's how
see
they
what you're saying,
maximize
actually.
profits on the way down.
I see what you're saying.
By
I was
going
looking
the
at
opposite way.
I was looking at it like a breakout perspective, but no, I see. Because like right here, I would say we're going down because, like you said, here and then the early shorters. No, I agree. I see what you meant. I was looking at like if you break.
But you said that on like a
you're gonna
90%
continue.
basis. It won't be all the time.
No, I agree though, because it's like the stops get rated, then the other liquidity gets rated, then you move down. I see what you're saying. I do.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like we break out here and it's just gonna go. I thought like I see what you meant now.
Dude, S&P can just put in some reversal candle here to close the day.
Oh, that shit looks like a fucking fat ass short, dog. Look at this. So like, well, the short's already. So like, okay, look at this. So 4 hour, you got your break of structure, but it really could have. I mean, you can't just say it's a lick rate here. So we got that breakage swing structure. Let me move it up here. That was your. Let me rephrase this.
I think we can go to like 404, like 408.
I'm on minis, but so like,
Oh, here. Let me see.
so here was your.
That's your flip zone right there.
Yeah,
Or
right
just
here.
Go into the order block where you have that break structure, the high right there.
Yeah.
If you draw a rectangle from where you drew the break structure, like that candle, that range all the way across, it should stop right there and go back up.
Yeah.
Because
then,
that liquidity range up there is way too big.
Yeah, exactly. So like here, like to me, like you said, like this is like you could say like, oh yeah, we have an institutional candle, but like I don't think that this is like just the top yet, because like you might even have a 15-minute change of character. I don't know. I mean, you there's some ugly swing structure. You do, but like I don't think this is like the short. Like, could you have taken shorts here? Yeah, 100%. But do I think this is like the, short you want to short back down into like discount of this range? Not necessarily. I would personally, I mean, call me crazy, but I'd almost wait till like up here. I know that sounds ridiculous, but just because of all the inefficiencies, or at least equilibrium of this zone right there, somewhere up there. But you could have taken. Oops. You could have said, okay, I guess I don't really know what this is, like some ugly swing structure. I mean, if you're going to say this is a pullback, you have to say this and this is a pullback too. Regardless, they all got broken right on the same range. Get that fractal supply here. Those inside bars, because remember we were saying before, these inside bars on a 15-minute, this is just a range on a 1 minute. Well, look. Because remember, to have an introduction of supply or demand, you have to have, most of the time, you have to have a range on at least one time frame. So now you see this low time frame distribution. Supply was introduced in there. You could refine it down if you wanted, but realistically, I'm not going to do that. You're already in a 15-minute, so you have that 15-minute zone. Then you look, okay, what demand pushed you into that zone to satisfy that supply right there. So where's your flip zone? Right there. That short entry. And then like where would you take profits? Where Algo is saying that demand zone for me would where I'd be taking that flip zone in the 4 hour. Oops. Maybe even a little lower, because I look at it like I would probably go here. Actually, this is about the same. I would just take the inefficiency right there. That would be where I'd be fully out. I've found the inefficiencies are really good targets, like fills of them. Because like then I think, like Algo said, I think you're going to come here. You're probably going to push back up into the real supply.
And also Bitcoin futures, like E-mini futures or whatever, or CME futures. From the low of, what month is that? Like that low wick of March to the high of the range. You got 1618.
Wait. You mean of May, or you said March? Or you mean like way before? You mean like? No, you said. You said
I posted the chart in crypto chat.
You did say 1618. I thought you were saying 618. I was like, wait. Little harm dog. Is that a deep crab? And that's just a regular crab, right?
Yeah, good old crabby crabs.
That's actually
from LA.
pretty clean. He's from LA.
Yeah, I like too the pause, dude. Like, cause I mean,
Yeah.
I know you Scott, Carney, and shit like that. You wants me to pull your hair out too. But like the ideology, like the harmonic, like, is you get like that bar, that terminal bar thing that you'd be talking about, like, which is that nice wick that's like the trigger for like his algo, and then you get a nice brief pause for like 10 to 15, 20 bars. And then it just so happened that Bitcoin was fucking, that's a daily pattern. So it's 10, 20 daily pause. And then you get the initial pop. So I meant the follow through is like whatever is what matters and shit on the chart. But yeah. But what's funny is that when we got the big, nice pop today on the futures, our high was, we touched the gap down from previous in the chart too. I have it from the arrow. Like that was the gap that everyone wanted to fill going into May, and we filled it. But now we're fighting price, so just be kind of aware of that level. It's not going to be the same on just spot. So just on the futures level, just 32,270.
These
But
futures
isn't
mean
that
a
like
lot,
where
though,
you?
bro.
Isn't that your level for when you want to flip to like long, like
32,650.
Yeah, 32,650.
Yeah, just watch just the daily CMEs at 32,300 pretty much.
Yeah.
Over
Also-
that, it looks stupid awesome. Because then you could probably fill the gap to the upside at like 35.9.
Yeah.
Holy
Also
shit, look at
here,
smart money.
here too,
Alright.
on the weekly, and this is the same as that stuff. We're in a weekly breaker too. That's one thing I want to keep in mind as well. And on future, because a lot of people don't realize like these charts, these CME charts really hold. I don't know if I want to say more, but they hold as much value as any other chart because this is
Yeah.
this is what the big
Futures
money
are
is trading.
futures like New York and shit like that. Futures are running like that's what they're on.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
like, why hold volatility like equity? That's like when they're just like trading futures, like literally like they don't have to put all that margin in for like
Exactly.
a risk like Bitcoin that's moving 20% and shit in a range. So
Like, why would
it's
they?
kind of a little crazy for billionaires to be in. You know what I'm saying? So futures is kind of the way in Wall Street right now.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Same with even these like S&P, Nasdaq, whatever. Like futures trading runs the price, bro. I'm telling you.
What did you say the level was? I'm just curious. You said it's 32,3
32,270.
32,270. Let me see. I'm just curious. I want to see what the fibs or like the Da Vinci Code, bro. I don't know why. I like always like sometimes you'll see, bro. It's like some crazy shit.
Dude,
show
he's
line up.
such a fucking. You wanna know what's crazy, bro? When I was watching his videos like hell long ago, like on clickbait shit, like years ago, he was always like he's like weird though. Like he's weird and like bad, but he's always like he's like identifying like 618s, 886s. Like he's like living by that and shit like that. And then he does like M's and W's and shit. Like
Yeah.
that's his shit. But like they're just like not harmonics or anything. Like it's just like a fucking M. It looks like a kid drawing a bird or some shit. Like
Yeah, dude. I remember like whenever, because I you can't hold the dude. Like, no, I fuck with him like as a group. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna, whatever. But like, he did develop a strategy that, obviously holds value. But like, it's just funny, like, because I remember whenever I bought the algo. And then like you get the group, I was like, this dude's literally. He was like, yeah, fully interactive group, weekly update, and you get access to all the old weekly updates. And I went on, I was like, damn, like when's the weekly update? And I went back, and it was like the last one was like September of like 2018. I was like, oh my god, the fuck. But no, his shit's good though. I feel like what's weird too about harmonics, a lot of times they coincide with like smart money. A lot of times. More so on the lower time frames. Like for instance, a lot of times whenever you have like changes of character, you'll see the reversal at like a bat or a shark. The only two I really like are crabs too. I like bats, sharks, and crabs. I don't really fuck with the other ones as much. But I like using like Confluence.
lately, I mean, like it's just that's just the market. Like that's funny that like we say that though because then you got to think of the characteristics of the two. Like everything loves the 886, like 786, 618, like butterflies, ciphers, and all this other shit. Like people aren't finding value at these like 618, 786. Like even for shorts, people want to wait for the more optimal short entry. You want to go to the top of the range, the 886. Or you want to wait for the bottom of the range. Like you just want to get pushed there.
Yeah. No, 100%.
It's just fucking. It's just like holy shit. Everyone just loves that 86, bro.
Yeah. No,
Something when you on May 1st Monday morning when something's at $100 and then fucking you dump 5 days later to fucking $1 and then you pump back up to fucking $90, like that's when everyone wants to sell off of their shit, bro. Like
yeah, exactly.
Like you're as close to the top as possible without being greedy. Seems like a pretty good like RR, like wipe your hands clean type trading, you know what I'm saying? Like
exactly. That's the thing. The RR is like.
I'm not trying to snipe top or bottom. You just buy high or low. You buy higher lows or sell fucking lower highs. It's just what you do.
Exactly, bro.
More often than not, you're going to be profitable.
I wonder how this is going to turn out. I didn't take the. Are you still in these, JL?
Oh,
you
I
still in
already
these?
took partial profits.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to see how they play out. I'm not in them, but I just am curious. I love just like, just watching. Like, oh, okay, it doesn't. It didn't say
I'm
it
still
didn't.
very strongly convinced Bitcoin wants 32,650.
Yeah, I could see it tagging that for sure.
Definitely.
Like I won't really be bullish. Like even if we tag it, and then like say you tag it and don't close a 4 hour above it, that's not going to be enough for me. Like I won't consider that as a bullish change. I mean, I would if it was like a 15-minute or something, but a 4 hour, especially this kind of zone, I want like a 4 hour closure above it. Dude, Waves has like the craziest fucking, like that shit is insane, bro. Like it got a 4 hour close above its high, but I mean this is like really choppy price action. So it's like, I mean, I consider this a pullback and have to make a swing, and this was your low, and you kind of came down again. You really, I guess this was, I don't know. You see what I'm saying? It's like such just like, I just want to short the fuck out of this once I get I'm waiting for like a confirmation though. I'm not gonna try to just, go ape shit and anything, but if the market does end up reversing, I mean, I'm not necessarily like, whenever I say to you guys like, oh, I'm bear, I'm not saying, oh, I don't think that the 32,650 we're gonna close above it. Like I just feel like the way I look at it, until I get that, it's just speculatory. Like if I could, like if I'm saying like, oh, I think we're gonna pump for, like, could I tell you like, oh, like do I see the bull case? Yeah, we swept all liquidity since 2020. We've consolidated under it. There's the possibility of the schematic. I see the bull case, but like for me, like just like Glacier just said, I'm not gonna try to snipe the absolute bottom. I'm gonna try to buy the higher low. So like you can't like be like a bear or a bull like emotional. Like you can't like want to be bull or want to be bear. You just have to go with what you have in front of you. Like, okay,
Yeah.
if we're
Yeah.
under, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, right now I'm bearish, and if in 5 minutes or whenever we close a 4 hour candle above here, then I'm bullish. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah,
you got to be like that. Like,
I think of it too, almost like a mindset. Like I'm thinking of it like war, bro, like old war front line shit. And it's like I don't want to be the first. I don't want to be the dudes in the front.
right?
You know,
Yeah, literally.
like I don't.
That's a good way to put it.
I want to be the second wave. Like I want to. Okay, cool. We bounced at the level that I thought we would bounce. Let's see like a decent like retracement. Damn, you like say you only went up a 382 or like say you went up 50% of the range. Cool. When we dip down again to prove to the market that people are accumulating whatever, like the higher low, then I feel comfortable because now I have an area to where I would want to be stopped out. Like
Yeah.
Like I'm looking left from where I am. Okay, underneath that previous low that we just put in. Cool. Like, and then run to 50% again or high, 886 of that range. Like just take and then TP. That's pretty much it. Leave runners for if you end up breaking out of the range. It's literally all you have to do.
Exactly. Like that.
You just be behind it. Like people with the BNB, it's like, oh, is being like, how you feeling with this pump on BNB? Like BNB price action is still bearish. I don't like it under 333 until there's a daily candle above 333. Then I'll get out. Until then, I'm still a short. Like you can get in BNB shorts right now if people are listening. It's under 333, but that narrative and that idea is changed when there's a daily candle close above 333. So like do with that information what you will. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like exactly. I don't know what is going to happen tomorrow or the next day. I just know where like the plan is to where I know where price is should go and where I know that it validates and it can't go for me. And then until then, if you're comfortable with both of those things and you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, I agree to my risk, or like I am aware of my risk and my potential profit, my potential loss, then pull the trigger. Like that's how you just be emotionless. You know what I'm saying? Like
exactly.
I don't know.
That's what I was saying earlier too. Like literally same exact thing. Like once you have like a clear, like you have clear parameters for you to execute and you have clear parameters for you to exit. And once you are very in touch with whatever that is, the emotion leaves. As long as you don't oversize yourself. But as long as you follow those things, you literally won't. Oh, Jasmine, I got you. My bad, bro. But you won't have that emotional fucking, like just pull on because like because that's what I always tell people. You have to have that very clear before there's money in the line. Because if you wait till after there's money involved to come up with your whatever,
your plan.
Yeah, that's when because like people are funny, bro. Like people get dumb when there's money involved. Like I shouldn't say dumb, like emotionally dumb. Because like that's
no, bro. People get literal. Like they're like, "What do I do?" I'm like, bro,
Yeah.
don't lose money. What are you doing, bro?
Yeah,
like you're burning your fucking pocket. What are you doing? It's like, I don't really know, bro. I was just kind of like, I'm like, bro, like, holy fuck, like, so you're telling me you're the guy when I'm walking down the street? If I was like, hey, bro, can I have $100? And you're just like, yeah,
Right.
like, you're that guy. Don't be that guy. Don't just give your money up for no plan or no reason, whatever. Like, you don't go to fucking random tables in Vegas, like, playing baccarat in games that you've never played and be like, yeah, let me just throw fucking a band.
Yeah, literally, exactly.
Like, let me 20x a band. KuCoin, bro. Like,
Then
no.
you're like, fuck, what happened?
And then you're like, bro, what is that? Just think of it like literally you in Vegas. You go to a table game you've never played. You put money that you shouldn't be throwing money. If you're gonna go play a game you never played, put a fucking little bit of money, right? Or like $5, $10 or something. Like you never played fucking poker. You're gonna go put $500 on a hand. I mean, cool if you got money like that, sure, but like
if it's like a game,
just don't.
Yeah.
Like literally, just don't. Like put $50 on it. If you want to blow 500, go give 450 to your family or something. Like,
right.
Like, I don't know. People just be tripping, bro.
Jasmine looks like a pretty mean short opportunity gearing up. I'm not gonna say I'm in it yet. Starting to get that, like, I guess you could say it's like a 3 drives pattern. Maybe like look clear on like a 3-minute or something. I mean, so like with Jasmine, 4 hours bearish. Like we came down, you have your 4-hour high here, 4-hour low here, right? We had supply was already satisfied very quickly. You saw this, but the thing is, I will say, for some reason, this didn't break down to the lows, so you can't say it's a really strong zone yet. Same with this, but what I will say is you are engineering. What can I pick? GMT? Yeah, I'll go over it briefly. We already did go over it, but I will go over it. So you could say here you're engineering a lot of liquidity down in this area. Now, say if we had inefficiencies that hadn't been filled here, I would almost say you're looking like an AMD, which would be like, people call it the 3-box theory, whatever. There's people rebrand everything, and anyway, you'd have like, here is your original accumulation, or up here you could say whatever, and then you manipulate down and fill any inefficiencies, which there isn't an inefficiency here. But so that's why I don't really like this. Otherwise, I would say this maybe would be a long opportunity. But here you're engineering liquidity on both sides of this range, right? So you have a pretty clear range you're kind of trading within. You have supply overhead. I would look for these highs to get cleared. I wouldn't necessarily, or did they? Looks like they did. Yeah, they did. So buy side's been swept a little bit. You still have a pretty wide range of supply. You could maybe, let's refine this. Just, oh fuck. How do I do that? I mean, really probably up in this zone. Gotta do that bottom wick. Like this is where ideally I'd like you to see. Did it come up there? Yeah, that's where I just tapped into. You swept a lot of liquidity on low time frames, high time frames. Also, if you look, you had an inefficiency at one time that you just filled, probably here. Maybe it's already filled. Let's see. Why does that look like uneven? I haven't filled it yet. Maybe you could see it come up a little more. Who knows? I don't know. But you're in that inefficiency. You're sweeping liquidity from the range. You're also bearish in the high time frames. You're in 4 hours supply. So at this point, I would be more short biased, but there's no entry just yet. If you break below this right here, because this is really your swing. Now you could, if you want to be more conservative, you could say this is your swing low down here. Why? Because you're like, oh, well, how is that my swing low? We made a new high right here. Well, it depends how you map your swing structure. Say if you only use closes, that was your break of structure, so here was your low. Dude, my fucking cat meows like it's like dying, but there's nothing wrong with it. Like, we took him to the vet because we're like, is there something fucking wrong with this dude? And yes, RSR, I'll check that out. Enigma. Give me 1 second. And then here on Jasmine, we have that structure here. I mean, personally, I would look here. I'm a little more aggressive than some people are with swing structure. Yeah, I think there's a lot of setups. I wouldn't be like focusing on this one too much, but I do see it. So for instance, the thing I do like about it is you have a very clear target, a lot of weak lows. So, targets would be down here. Got a ton of fucking buy side or sell side liquidity right there. I'd probably even take it to the first one personally. And efficiency right here. So you got some really clear high time frame targets. The risk reward could be very nice if you took that. Actually, I'll mark this kind of. Jazzy moves pretty crazy. And it actually respects price action somewhat. So I've expanded my list quite a bit. But yeah, so here I'd be waiting for a change of character on the 15-minute, meaning like a change in swing structure, not an internal change of character, but a swing structure change. And then from there, I would be waiting to play the return to origin. That's why I was saying earlier this morning, I don't think there's going to be a ton of setups that are going to arise today. I think we're kind of in that point where we're in limbo. We're still, just moving around. It's not like we're really at a decisional point for me yet. We're in that area. We're in the point of interest. We're in a possible area, but I have no reason to do anything yet. If anything, I want the market to pump a little bit. I want Bitcoin to sweep highs. I want quite a few more things to give me an ideal setup. Does that mean I won't take setups here? No. Does it mean that I'm more hesitant to? Definitely. And that may be different. You may be more aggressive. You know what I mean? And that works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. But whatever it is, you got to be that. So for those of you who are usually more aggressive, be more aggressive, and be aggressive all the time. You got to keep that same energy to have that edge. Whatever it is that you do, it needs to be what you do, not like, oh, I'm going to do this now and I feel more aggressive now, so I'm going to do it. Or, just stuff like that. You got to be very, very consistent, very methodical, and, I won't say thoughtless, but in a way thoughtless. Like you should have like a process that you follow. GMT, I'll loosely go over this again. This is one of the better charts looking at in crypto. So the way I look at it, we had this accumulation that skyrocketed us. Another reaccumulation here, skyrocketed us. Now we came down. We returned all the way to origin of the full move of GMT. Definitely got a nice reaction to it. And then look at this. Now that we come back down into this area, we've seen the highest volume we've ever seen. Also, this is following fake news. I hate using that term just because but it was fake news that the guy got arrested. There was tweets that were circulating that the guy got arrested. Usually, if you're seeing manipulation on the chart with manipulation fundamentally, that's something that'll pique my interest. So then what happens once we come here? We also have huge inefficiencies to the upside. A lot of stuff that we could target. Now, what happens as we come to these points of interest? Price break structure. And this is clean price action. I know some of you guys are laughing because we're talking about fucking GMT, and I think it's kind of funny too, but very clean price structure. Break of structure, healthy retracement. This is like that thing I was just telling you guys, talking to you about on Jasmy. You have this 3-box setup, right? You have that accumulation, manipulation, distribution. So what it was, you see this range forming liquidity on both sides. Look what you had over here, inefficiency, and you also had demand in this wick. So that could be that's a trade model you can use. And what do you target? The inefficiency up above. It went a little farther, but that's how you would trade that. Very profitable trade model when executed correctly. Takes a lot of patience. Ebo plays them a lot. Ebo is very, very good at them. What does that say? Sorry, I was reading chat. So here we got that break of structure, came down, satisfied. That demand is healthy. This is healthy. This is like what Bitcoin and Ethereum haven't been doing. You come back down, you satisfy that, and move up. Now we got that second break of structure. We came above these highs. Now we're starting to see that retracement. Both of these areas, I will look for longs. So that's the overview on GMT. And I'm going to do RSR. Give me 1 second. I got to use the bathroom. All right, I'm back. RSR.
Oil to 150. DXY to 120.
Yeah, right. Fuck. That shit looks so bullish on the weekly and shit. Yo, RSR actually not looking bad. So here, right there, is where you really got the break of structure for me in the 4 hour. Let's use this whole range. Break above it, so it looks like the supply wasn't really in there. Maybe it's going to be reaching a little bit higher, somewhere up in here. Probably get refined later, we'll see. But here's your main shift in structure here for me, because this was your swing structure in the 4 hour. This wouldn't have been a break of structure for me. You can see if you played it like it was, it would have worked, I guess, if you longed from over here. But for me, I want a nice closure. Sorry, I was thinking, but I need a nice closure right there. Kind of choppy with the whatever. I'll just move it. I know what I need. But for instance, here, I'm going to look for retracement. Why? We touch this. Probably got to change a character. Yeah, you got that change of character. And this is where you can be, necessarily bullish or bearish while you're bullish, I guess. Because a 15-minute for me, we got that change of character. I'm looking for price to come up here, satisfy that demand or supply. There's so many setups that look exactly the same right now. Look for this, satisfy the supply, and then move back down. Where am I looking for it to move back down? Down to satisfy these inefficiencies and touch this demand down here. Ideal would be right here. That's the inside bar. And then I'd look for longs. I think I'm out of alerts. Oh, I had one more. Oops. Okay, I'm done adding to my list. I've got a way bigger list than I usually like having. But I do like whenever we're at these pivotal areas where everything in the market is at similar areas, I like having stuff to choose from. And you said RSR for a nice scalp. I mean, I guess you could have said, I wouldn't have looked at it like this, but in hindsight, you could say this was some demand. It probably had some buy to sell wicks in the 1 hour. Not really. Inefficiency, right? I personally wouldn't take this, but I can see, maybe anything probably down here, that demand right there. And then you could maybe take a long, like off confirmation, you could take a long back up to these highs or this supply. So I need to wait for price to come back down into this POI, wait for it to shift bullish, entry off the demand that sponsored the bullish shift, longs up to your point of interest, taking profits along the way. I would attack that, but probably won't play it. Like I said, I really want Bitcoin to come up and tag this 32,650, and that's why I didn't want to take those shorts. I needed more, because like really for me the 15-minute's still bullish, so I don't want to take shorts yet. Because like I see on the 1 minute, I see the opportunity for sure. Like if this were in a 15-minute zone, or I mean if we were 15-minute had shifted, and you see this is like your your perfect trade framework. But it just that's why these setups, they don't work unless you take them on a higher time frame. So that's why same with Tomo, I wasn't comfortable about it, and same with here, because I know that some of you guys watched it and Tomo may have started to move and everyone's like, fuck, dude. And I hope nobody FOMOed into it, but that's the kind of shit that can happen. Like if you were going to take an entry here, you had to do like what you did, Jay. You had to just take it. You know what I mean? And then you took partials, I guess, somewhere in this inefficiency or here. But I really want Bitcoin to tag 32,650 and not get a closure above it. But if it does get a closure above it, then we shift to a bullish narrative and we look for longs upon supply or demand down in here, probably around like 30, right under 30K.
Yes, but what do you think about the waves?
Waves?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm waiting to short it currently, but I mean, really, you got a closure above that 4-hour high. So you would say, okay, well, we're probably bullish now if you wanted to be, looked at it like that. But regardless, you should expect a retracement at some point, because what is this? So this is that breaker block in the weekly. You got that break of structure. So, even if we are bullish now, expect a retracement after the break of structure, because that's just how price order flow is going to work. So I would be looking for break of structure, or a retracement, probably back, maybe possibly down into somewhere in here, because you have that flip zone. You could look at these buy to sell wicks as a point of interest right here. Really, this whole zone I would look at, because there's 2 sets there. I'm going to go from the 15-minute, look for demand within this area. And that's pushing it. I mean, that'd be just for scalps back up to mitigation. So what I'm looking for is, this is just not the cleanest price action, really. I don't really know exactly, because if you're marking your swing high, it's going to be like, I guess, like this is your low. I don't, it's just pretty ugly price action. But if anything for waves, I would be looking for a retracement. I wouldn't be buying it up here. Maybe find some scalp longs from here back up to mitigation, but I'm looking for waves to come down pretty hard. Hopefully probably down somewhere into this $6 range. Because you got to look at it like, we want to come back down into a discount, because big buyers are going to want to buy it for a discount. So we're going to want to come back down under $7.
Okay, bro. Thanks.
Sure. A lot of these, I really want to see us come back up into these higher zones.
Can you beep ETC?
Sure. So there's another one. This could be like a possible liquidity raid right there. Just do an arrow. So you see, I didn't get a close. This is what I want Bitcoin to do. But depending on how you map, you might say that's a bullish shift. I don't know. I just need more than that. Let's see. So once that happened, it seems like we came back down into this zone of demand. I haven't looked at this in a while. We had drawn that a while ago. Specifically down to here. No, I didn't actually touch that. We'll leave this the same. So now we're back up in this 4-hour supply, which is pretty strong. We broke internal structure. It's not like the craziest, a honeypot region to sell from, but you could say, okay, well, we came back into this area. And now we can look for the 15-minute to change character, which you already have, as most everything has, except Bitcoin and Ethereum. Right there, that was your change of character, your first break of structure. And then I would consider this all the same price swing. So at this point, I'm just going to look for any POIs that are in a premium of this price leg. Looks like this is going to be your point of interest right there. You also have some inefficiencies that would be filled upon this price breaching and satisfying the supply. So here, you also probably tapped into, everything's following the same model right now. We're coming back down to this demand to pump back up to see if we mitigate from here. So, God, I'm going to add this to my list too. But this is where I would look for shorts, be up in this $24.50 to $25 range.
Figuratively speaking, if you were going to play a limit on that, which I'm not, I'm just curious, where would you put your stop?
Sorry, I
Would
didn't
you
mean
put
to
it
interrupt you.
above the high? No, you're good. Would you put it above the high or the supply zone completely, like above the
Yes.
highest wick?
Yeah. So like for instance here, if you were gonna set and forget here, if it were me with ETC, I would probably just do it here. And that's just my style. But theoretically, you should put it above the supply zone. So you do there, I use a 3-pip grace period. So you go 1, 2, 3, just to try to not get wicked out of equal highs. I used to use more. I think 3 to 5 pips is more than enough. You might get wicked out sometimes, but it's just, I don't think you need much more. So first target would really be, this low. So this would be, 3.4 trade. It's not bad risk to reward. That's not why I wouldn't take it like that. It's just because my style, I want to wait for a confirmation. You could just trade the M15. I would rather wait till price comes here. I'd wait for AVAX shorts. I almost called him fucking Lana, but Dano. I don't think he's even in here actually. But yeah, so like here, we've came in a 4-hour supply. The 4-hour looks like this was just a liquidity raid. We're kind of reaching back up into this supply. Price is reacting how we want. So the 4 hours bearish, 15 minutes bearish. You could set and forget. You definitely could. It's all about your strategy. Now that's not terrible risk reward. 3.4, to 1 is not bad. But you don't know. This is the reason why I don't trade like this. Because you don't know what's going to happen. You could do this, you'll see that reaction, and then just bam, and hunt your stops, and then you start that process over, and then you really get that nice entry. You don't know. You know what I mean? So, and this strategy that I use will result in you missing trades. That's fine with me. So if you come here, then we get this, then bam, that's my confirmation. That first little area there, I enter off that supply, bam, and we got my stop loss is a lot smaller. So let's just see, this is all speculatory, but let's just see, like, say if that's what price did, you just doubled your profits that you're going to make off the same move. 8 to 1, that's 8% of your port. If you take, first profit targets here, and what I like to do is wait till 4R. So once price hits 4 risk to reward, take off 25%. Now you can leave your stops at the same entry, and no matter what, this trade is break even. Maybe a little profit, but if you're using really tight stop losses like this, there's 2 things you got to account for: commissions, because your position size is huge. For instance, using the risk strategy that I use here, your position size would be a little over 10% of your port. 1% stop loss is 10% of your port on a 1% risk basis if you're using 10x leverage. So for instance, you're using a large amount of money, you're going to have a large amount of fees. And then also another thing that I've seen happen to me and other people is, say price does wick you out. Well, say if price makes a volatile move above your stop loss, which oftentimes it will, because if your stop loss is correct, it's going to be a point of, there's going to be a lot of liquidity there. So, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Not like obvious, retail stop loss liquidity. I'm just saying like there's going to be, it's above a high. So then price goes up here, you get filled here, because on Binance and Bybit you have market stops. Now you can change that to where you have a stop limit, but then sometimes they don't hit. So that's, I personally, I don't want to take a trade unless I have a 5 to 1. I'm sorry, a 4 to 1 risk to reward, because I can't do that. Like, and for instance, if I just have a 4 to 1 risk reward, that's like the whole trade. You can just take the whole trade there. But oftentimes, like where we're at here, if we're using the 4-hour, so okay, we're using the 4-hour for our overall narrative. So where do we think price is going and why? Well, if we reverse here, I think price is going to this low. Why? Because that makes it a weak low. Why is it a weak low? Because it didn't make a new high. So, that could be your final target. Obviously, you'd be out heavily before that. But now, so that's your 4-hour price target. So now let's get our M15 price target. Where is that? The bottom of the swing. So the way you can map this out, if you took it like, you waited, you have equal lows right there. Very nice price target. Price is going to gravitate to that and see a reversal after. Whether it goes to wherever, who knows. But, you could take at 4R, you take 25%. Here you take 50%. Here you take the last 25%. That's 20R. You probably end up making around 10 to 13% of your portfolio off that trade, if it played out in your favor. That's why I like using the 1 minute. But here's the thing, I get stopped out more, and I also get stopped out at break even more. But I've found in my experience with me that I make way more money in the long run like that. And it's not as pretty because, you get stopped out and people look at it like we're playing sports, like your wins and losses, whatever. I get it. If you have, you got to think about it like your strike rate, like your win rate, and your average P&L. Those two things work synergistically to determine how profitable you are over time. So now, if you have a really high win rate, meaning you take, let's say you have a really high win rate, but your average P&L is only like 2% of your port. Well, that's actually worse than having a low win rate and your average P&L is 10% of your port. So that sounds backwards to some of you, but go do the numbers. I know that's what works for me. You also, the thing is with it is if you use that, you have to make sure that you're in touch with your trading psychology because you're going to miss trades and you got to be ready to not chase them. Like you're going to miss trades all the time. I miss trades all the time, almost every day. Or I don't take trades every day that would have worked out. And that's fine, whatever. I don't care. And I also take losses. You know what I mean? You take a loss and, people are like, oh my fucking God, I lost 1% of my port. And it's like, to me, that doesn't matter to me because let's say I take 5 trades and 4 of them lose. And then the 5th one, I make 10% of my portfolio off of. I just made 5% of my portfolio off 5 trades. I'm okay with that. But you have to be very convicted in your strategy, and you have to be confident that it is a profitable strategy. That ideology of, high risk to reward sounds great. Like, oh, I can lose 10 times and win once and I'm good. Yes, if you're doing it right. And that's not the approach you don't want to lose that many times, but it's like, for instance, like yesterday, we took TRX, that was a loss. We took XRP, which is a break even, and we took TRX again. So TRX the first time, I don't know where it was. We lost. I think it was up in here. Somewhere we lost, right? People were like, oh my God, I cannot believe I lost. Fuck. People and that's fine. I get it. You just lost money on a trade that you didn't even, you didn't do the TA from. So people were like, oh, fuck, dude. Then what happens? We get our opportunity. We take it. This trade netted, if you trimmed exactly how I said, you've netted about 5% of your portfolio off of it. So yesterday, let's just look back. You had one losing trade. That's 1%. You had one break-even trade. That's break-even. You probably paid some commissions. So maybe a little, we'll say, point, whatever, a very small loss, I guess you could say, because break-evens, you're still paying commissions if you're trading with large lot sizes. But then you take the third trade, and then you go. Now we'll say you're probably around 3.5 to 4% gains on the day yesterday of your entire funds. That's more than enough for me. I've shown all you guys what compound interest looks like, and 3% a day is you'll do very well in the long run. But that's what success over time looks like. In my perspective, it's not about winning every single trade. It's not about having the most percent. I don't give a fuck about how much percent the trade moved. I do not care. Look, this probably didn't even move much. Actually, kind of did. Well, even if this was a 2% move, none of that matters to me. It matters the risk to reward. So if I post a P&L, like, oh, it's like 100% P&L, but like, how far was your stop loss? People would rather take this. Like, for instance, people would rather take a trade like this. Let's go to like a clean chart. This is more appealing. Like this sells to people more. This is what people would rather take. You take, oh, not. So like, let's just say you took along here, and your stop loss was here, and your profit target was here. Like that looks, most people are going to say, wow, dude, holy shit, 37, you caught the crazy move. That's not even a good, this is like a mid, like barely, I would barely take this because why? Remember, it's that full risk reward. So if you use a 1% risk tolerance, which I think is more than enough, anything over that, you better hope you have a really high win rate. And that goes back to that win rate and P&L, average P&L. If you have a really high win rate, you might risk more on your trades because you take them less. Now, here, with a 1% risk rate, you'd net 1% or 4% of your portfolio assuming you didn't take anything this whole way, which no one would do that. Trading, everybody's going to take profits along this way. It'd be ridiculous not to. Why wouldn't you? So that 4% move we hit on TRX yesterday in a couple hours. That's why I'm like, I don't understand. It's just people just don't understand it. That's what it comes down to. It's people don't understand how to size positions, and people don't understand how to do what we are actually here to do, which is fucking make money, not post P&Ls, not say I made these huge. You know what I mean? Like that's not the game we're playing. We're not here to take those satisfying immediate gratification moves. I mean, while we get those sometimes, that's dope, but you're here to make money. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that. Sorry for ranting a little bit, but I feel like a lot of people need to hear that because everybody's pretty. Everybody likes P&L screenshots. You know what I mean? Like somebody'd rather get 100% on 50x than they'd make 3% of their portfolio. So, but that's why I think understanding position sizing, understanding your risk tolerance and your edge, that's going to be what determines if you're profitable or not. Now, I'm not saying you have to use my risk tolerance or my strategy. That doesn't matter to me. It's if it works for you. That's why you notice when people ask me stuff, I say, well, this is what I do. This is what works for me. But that could be totally different for you because your psychology is different, your approach on the market's different, all of that. So that's why you have to figure out what works for you and stay at it and don't change it. Don't try to venture out and learn other stuff if what you have is working. What is good old Bitcoin doing? It's one here in the next 30 minutes. We'll probably see a spike in volatility. I'm actually interested up here. So again, another setup just like we had this morning where you have the stop run and then you see displacement after it. Or you could see a morning or an afternoon continuation. So at this point, oops, that's what I need. I'm going to look for a swing low, not a swing low, I'm sorry, an internal low and an internal high to be created from 1 to like 130. So really from now until like 130, and then after that, we'll look for it to be ran, and then you'll, if you see displacement after the liquidity has been swept up, you see, say if like we had a low here and price does this number, it comes up, and then you just see huge move to the downside. Everybody's like going short. So then what? Price comes down here, you expand, and you come back down and fill that inefficiency, and then you go for probably this 32,650. If this is all speculatory, I'm not saying that I'm expecting that to happen. I'm saying that I am waiting for something like that to happen. But now with Bitcoin, I like what we did here because now we have somewhat of a more attainable, and it's still pretty wide, but now we have a cleaner swing structure here. So now we've got a pretty solid area where I can look for and say, okay, I'm bearish under this. If we get if we move under this on a 15-minute. So now we have more of a better framework to work off of. Now what would be even more ideal? Say we consolidate here, come back down maybe into this demand, and then tag that, don't get a closure, and then now you have this very clear move that you want to see happen. That's why I like market structure to tighten up, to give these cleaner moves. Also, I think ETH has some stuff I wanted to tag above it too. Oh, actually, no, never mind. No, it didn't. Yeah, ETH has some supply up here around like 2050 to 2080 that I'd really like to get tagged. Not necessary, but I'd like it. The only thing is, though, I will say, is you could say this is a stronger zone. Because why? Because this zone cleared lows. This zone did not. This zone pushed down. It did clear some, I guess. But you see over here, you can clearly see that this zone was probably more supply was dumped here. So we can assume there's more supply resting here because the algos that are pushing price, that are creating those inefficiencies between supply and demand, like I was saying earlier, they're doing this. They're spamming those orders. right? So let's just say most of them got filled, not all of them. So now that price is back up here, we're going to start to see if price is going to react to that the same way. How do we determine it's going to react to that? Well, we see a shift in market structure. Have we seen that? No. So that's why you have to have a very methodical approach and parameters for you to have an opportunity, because we don't have that. We have an idea here, like we have something to watch for. That's why we call them a point of interest. Like our interest is peaked, but is there an opportunity? Not for me yet. So that's how you want to approach stuff. You have, something that piques your interest, and then you have a very, very clear framework for what gives you an opportunity. When said opportunity rises, you take it. And if it gets stopped out, that's okay. If it works, then great. But you just continuously do that. Once you have established something that works, over time. Now you can't just like go, head first in and not even know what the fuck you're doing and just say, I'm going to keep doing it because I have an edge. That's not how it works. But once you have something that does work, maybe back test it. If you really want to put in the work, you can really get some numbers. You could say, okay, like once you have something that's actually back testable, a lot of people can't even back test their strategy because it's really not a strategy. It's instinct and like a speculative approach, which it works great. And if it works for you, then keep doing it. But I don't like doing that. So if the way I look at it, if you couldn't teach your parameters to a machine, then it's not methodical. If an algorithm couldn't learn it, then you really can't backtest it that specifically, then it's kind of hard to have that edge. But if you do have something that's completely methodical, you can go back test the exact, like, okay, I have this exact framework. What happened? How many times did it work? How many times did it didn't on this specific coin or pair or currency, stock, whatever. That's how you can really get kind of in deep with your strategy and see what really works. Or you just develop a know-how of doing it for a very long time. I think most of us, that's where you get the original like, hey, this is actually, this strategy hits. Yeah, today, like I was saying earlier, it's a pretty boring day so far. I mean, there's been some scalp opportunities, but I really want to wait until we get confirmation. Like we've got confirmation on a couple here, single confirmation. So an ape broke down. This is kind of like what I was saying with RSR. When whoever asked me about it, you came into that demand. There were longs here. I didn't take them, but they were here. Now you might see price retrace and give another long. I don't know. Could be down here in this zone. It's an inside bar right there. This wick to me would be the point of interest. Because why? Well, that's where you can see the buying really started. This is actually your internal low up to this point, because this inside bar, this candle after it, you can't say there's a ton of demand there, in my opinion, because this candle after it broke its low. So where did the demand come in? This wick. Where did it go? Cleared this internal high, came up into this supply, probably a low time frame order block, somewhere in here. Might push through it. I don't know. And this is like how you can kind of develop a more clean understanding of price action. Not given we are on A, but you can kind of just take the time and just say, okay, well, we have this here. You haven't really bust out of this zone. You might have this as your interest, but for right now, we have a displacement after this. You filled a gap. You did come up into this zone. You broke your internal structure, or actually, I guess this is swing on the 1 minute. So you broke swing structure. Where did you go? This is whenever I say price action is choppy on some coins, this is what I mean. So for instance, here, like here's supply, you could have said it was probably in this inside bar up there. And this has been a tough one, because you could say, okay, well, here was the displacement. Could have drawn it here or here. Really, it looks like both of them got disrespected, but it almost seems like price is still going to go down. So that's why I'm like, that's when shit starts doing that, like Bitcoin does this a lot. It becomes, maybe you need to trade the M15, and then that's not my style. So then I stopped trading that pair for a little bit. But so like here, you had your confirmation here. It could be just a little liquidity rate, and that just happens as well. There might have just been not. Oh, actually, I can tell you what it probably was. This is why those inside bars, dude. They fucking hit. Let's see if the first time that's what it was. Look at that. It didn't hit the inside bar the first time, so the supply had not been satisfied. So you got that initial reaction. You even got a confirmation, but you got faked out. And say if I was sitting here trading this goes into the edge. So like for instance, if you took this one and lost, well, has your bias changed? No, because you haven't broke above the supply zone. So if you come back up here again, because you've took that trade, you got wicked out. Maybe you didn't. Maybe your pip grace period. Let's see. So from the high, I would have gotten wicked out immediately, like to the pip, because I use a 3 pip stop. If you use a 5, you're still in. But now the price came up here. What did it do? Did the same thing. Broke internal structure. Really, you could have been aggressive and said it broke here. Played supply somewhere in this, but I would have waited till down here. What supply did it? There you go. Now, even if this, comes down again, and this is like scalping strategies, mind you, like this, there's a reason I'm not taking this because it's not, really what I'm looking for. Because remember, when we were on the M15, we were looking for what? We were looking for a pullback return down to origin here. I wouldn't even take this all the way down there. I'd take this if you're scalping something like that and just all the way out. That's the way I would take that. Nice little 3%. But that's a good example of why you have to have an edge. Like say, because this is what people do. They do take this one, stopped out. Fuck, dude, this strategy is bullshit. This doesn't work. And then this happens. Your partials here. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're scalping at this point, you could probably move stops to break it. This is why I don't like scalping, because it's like kind of, you clear this liquidity, you might come up, tap your break even, and move. But this is a great example, a live example of why you have to be consistent. If this is your strategy, you're scalping, there you go. But you also have to go in knowing you're scalping. So, you're gonna get more false signals. You're gonna take more little losses and more break evens. Somebody said, I have 3 days to predict where ETH price will be on June 6th at 12 a.m. to win 500. Good luck. Good fucking luck. Like, what's your, Brax, if you're still in there, what's your, do you have like a window, or is it like a specific number? Or like maybe like to the 100 range or something? I don't know. Oh, now saw where somebody said way earlier something about EGLD, ENJ. So, going to the weekly, you got, okay, here was your old weekly low, high, closure above it or below it. So now the weekly's bearish. So here it was bullish. You're making higher highs. Actually, it never really was because you didn't close the way I map it. But there you got that break of structure. So now here's your weekly low and high. Pretty wide range, like most cryptos. So, but you still want to plot it. So you could say we're at the very bottom of our weekly range.
What?
Holy shit, that was loud. So on the weekly, you could plot this. You've also got a weekly supply zone. I would mark the whole zone just because there is a weekly inefficiency right here. At this point, I'm just going to start marking these like this. Do my H4IPA. So got a weekly inefficient price action fill at that level was $1.33. I mean, you can keep all these in mind. You just want to start from the top down. So the daily, Looks like you could refine this level here. Really, I would almost look at, I'm going to make this a weekly POI so it's not visible here. Or wait, it's visible on the daily still. That's right. But I would look here as well, this inside bar. Now in the 4 hour, that's probably going to be of some interest. You have that inefficiency there. Daily, you can also mark this whole zone. It's going to be your 4 hour zone as well, probably. We'll mark all that. You can also look at the daily, like, have we got to change a character yet? Not really. You're starting to have a bullish change of character here. Could be signaling a little bit of a pullback, but you know, you got to look. Let's look in to see what levels are around us. Oh shit, those I forgot. Hold on. I'm just gonna mark this as H4 so it shows or daily. I mean, so. Sorry, I had to mute somebody. So here, you know, now you've got this daily POI up here. You could refine this on the 4 hour, probably up to this candle. You could even go even deeper if you wanted to, like this up here. But this is kind of out of sight, out of mind right now. It's just for later. You always want to be aware of everything, aware of all the levels. So now we've got our 4 hour strong high, our swing high. It's going to be right there. We know our weekly low is also our 4 hour low. So we know our range we're within right now. So now we're going to mark up our supply and demand zones. This has already been satisfied there. So I'm going to move this up. I think it's going to probably be closer to this inside bar. Could be wrong. You've also got pretty clear buy side liquidity right there. So there's going to be a lot of buy stops taken out there. Shorts are going to get stopped out there. Tons. So you could look for, if we get closer, a price is going to gravitate to that. Now, more immediately, we have these lows. Looks like we reacted to this demand right here. Also, you filled this gap of that 4 hour fair value gap. I'm going to not mark them because it's a pretty wide gap. Swept out internal range liquidity. It'll be one of those AMD setups. Like I was saying before, you have this range where it builds up liquidity on both sides. Did so right here. You also have this supply pivot. This will be really the target. And then you come down and you feel this inefficiency, hit demand, take off. Now, you got to be mindful along the way. You know, if you were in this already, you should have trimmed pretty heavily. But we can look at it. Let's mark up these 4 hour zones we're at. So we are in a 4 hour supply zone. Kind of tagged above it. So you could really say maybe the zone is actually was this inside bar to that wick up here. That's where the supply really was resting. Also, you swept this high. This kind of par with that liquidity. That fair value gap was already swept. So this is probably more of your point of interest. This is how you can refine them. And you develop like an understanding of the market and what's actually going on. Because this is like your obvious order block when they teach you like out of a book. But this is really where the supply was introduced and it wasn't satisfied. So see, came here, new supply was introduced. But what happened? It left this up here, it left orders. That's what we have to speculate. Now, how do we kind of confirm that? Well, here, this is pretty gnarly price action. I mean, I guess your swing low on the 15-minute is like here, and then there's your high. So that's kind of the range you're trading within. So what are we waiting for? We're going to wait for a 15-minute change of character. So what would be confirming that? We'd have to get a closure under this. You'd look for a return up to any unsatisfied supply, which would be here, preferably with displacement after. Notice this fair value gap, not all the way filled. Also, you have inducement here. Everybody thinks this is the top. This is where retail stop losses are for shorts. So that's where you're going to see a lot of liquidity. You have a fair value gap also immediately above. So this would make for a good POI. You could also refine this to the inside bar. Remember, an inside bar on a high time frame or higher time frame, which is a 15-minute compared to a 1 minute, that's going to be a 1 minute range. And you could refine that to 1 minute supply, but I'm not going to do that. So that's scenario 1 you'd be looking for. Or scenario 2, price breaks above and makes a new high. and then you have a new swing low, and you look for the same thing. But for me, right here, the 4 hours still bearish, even though I do kind of see this play, this AMD formation here. Like you have this range, came back down, swept up liquidity, satisfied demand. But another thing I do see as well is, well, did you really satisfy the demand? Because I think the real demand is probably going to be down here. Those last two candles right there. That's going to be, so that's why, you know, what it really with these setups, you try to target liquidity up above, which you hit here. I mean, this is really your, you know, honeypot target, but you know, you can't really bet on it hitting there when you have these supply zones. You have to wait, see what price does here. Might reverse any one of these, because remember, we're in a bearish market. That's why the high time frame bias is important, because we have that bearish perspective on everything. We're longing, we're doing it conservatively and exiting aggressively. Now we're forming a pretty nice clear swing high and low after the lunch hour. So that was that after 1 p.m. So here you could maybe look for a break of that with a nice displacement. Looks like you might get it. I probably won't take these just because I don't like the way Bitcoin's been trading lately, but this would be kind of one of those ICT setups forming. I'll watch it though and see how it plays out.
What's ICT?
That's a guy, he basically kind of came up with a lot of smart money concepts. But
He's just a really bad teacher.
Yeah, I think it's just that he doesn't give a. I mean, honestly, though, I will say, if you understand the basics, he's a very good teacher. But if you don't grasp the concept of liquidity, you're lost. You're just completely lost. Like, just completely lost. So I'm going to plot this and just see how it plays out. Still didn't feel that inefficiency. So you could look to play it, you know, from anywhere in that inefficiency. And then really the way you would usually play it is to target the high of the session, because this strategy is formed on indices. It's not a terrible trade, but this is how you would look to play it. But last couple of times I've tried to play these, they either don't go in my favor or they don't give me an entry. Curious to see if it reacts to equilibrium of these two. Can I look at XMR? Yeah, got you.
You see that Luna Casino they have?
What is it?
Yeah, I'm still watching XMR. I'm watching what I was telling you about earlier, Casper, and
hell yeah. So I'm kind of interested to see how this plays out. Bro, buying a fucking what's it called, chair? It's called like a or autonomous, where they are so fire. See, we'll see how it reacts, but oftentimes the way that I was playing them is like you could wait till it comes up in here again, like after it satisfies this demand, because it always leaves some demand, and then play it. But I just started to see them not really hitting the way I'd like.
$130 is about to hit.
I was about to speak with a bunch of different people right now, so just be careful with whatever you do. Stock market coming back from lunch.
Yeah, you'll start to see that volatility start coming in between now all the way up till close. A lot of times with these setups too, like that's why I'm trying to study them a little more, is because, for instance, sometimes like the other day, we played one and then we stopped it at break even, and we closed it when we were on live just because it played one setup and then it gave you the same setup on the adverse side. So that's another thing with these. I'm trying to study it like around this time to see, how it reacts, because that's how you really kind of like build a trade model and like test it and just watch it real time and not have your money in it, because like I said before, having your money and stuff makes you think differently. I mean, well, don't get me wrong. I think that demo trading won't teach you how to be a good trader. It'll teach you how to test your technicals, but it won't teach you how to act in a market, if that makes sense. Also, somebody said, what are my, where was this on the stream show? They asked what the white bars are inside bars. So the black candles are down candles, gray are up, and then the white candles are just candles that did not break the prior candle's high and low, or high or low, I should say. When it said, bro, feed us a sniper entry on BNB. Thank you, baby. Sniper entry on BNB shorts if the market gives it. Yeah, I think I've got some alerts set on BNB. Can't remember. Maybe not. No, I don't. Oh, actually. See, this is one thing with the BNB is it came up into this fair value gap and you got this, but it doesn't seem to be respecting. It's going to be kind of like that Tron setup we were talking about earlier, or there was another one that didn't really satisfy the supply, because you can use these concepts while you're in you fill this fair value gap, but I like to have all three confluences. So like you could say, yeah, you got confirmation here and here, and you took trades here. You got a nice trade, but you might have just came back to demand, and then you might just see price come up, sweep this high, come into that 4-hour zone. I think it was 8, the low time frames. That's what we were just looking at. But anyways, come up into this POI, like finally come into it, and then from there, that's when you kind of see the real moves start to happen. Not always, but we're still under this low, so it's really not invalidated. But that's kind of how I would look at it. I'm gonna mute my mic for a second because I'm gonna eat some pizza.
Yo, I'll you here.
What's up, bro?
Oh, so someone asked me real quick. I have my opinion on it, but just want to hear yours. Cause we talked about it before too. He asked me about Amazon. Is it good to buy him before the stock split, or should you wait
After.
a bit more to go down?
After.
Okay.
You gotta wait for after. You don't want to get caught up in that bullshit.
Yeah.
So I would wait. It's a little bit harder to play splits. But I would imagine that I could use a similar strategy like when I buy IPOs. Usually when I buy an IPO, I wait for the float to run out so there's actual demand and not just a shitload of supply. So what I would be watching with Amazon is for the next week or so after the split, I would see how the float looks. If there's too many shares in the market, then I'm going to hold off until more supply gets absorbed. That way, I don't get fucked. You feel me? Same
Yeah.
thing with Google. You use the strategy with both of them. Yeah, the worst thing that can happen is you get fucked because you know, went straight in. And I'd wait also because tech isn't looking so good. So Scorpion, look at Visa. And Sava's dumping. Also, Scorpion, watch New Zealand for any updates with their interest rates and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I sent you the ARCA. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, we follow them, just so you know.
Yeah.
They usually put interest rate hikes and whatnot before we do. We usually follow suit. Apple fucked me today. You see that triple top it put in?
Yeah.
Bro.
If I didn't once it did it again, I was just like, no. Once it
Yeah,
did it the second time, I was like,
the second
yeah.
time I was like, fuck this. Shit.
Cause I knew as soon as it reached that top again the second time, I just assumed like watch SPY reject here, like watch SPY pull down, and look, SPY fucking came down.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, Apple's not gonna break out today. But Facebook paid. Yeah, that was nice, and Microsoft.
Yeah, I played Microsoft. I didn't catch Facebook. You could have caught Facebook twice.
Yes, it tested the top range again, and it pumped the TP2.
Yeah, it just depends on how degen you feel.
Mm-hmm. SPY was also a nice little play too. I call it.
Yeah, SPY was nice. I got the NASDAQ play.
Yeah.
I did NASDAQ. I had a buy limit at 12,000 504. I'm only up.
Biden said he congratulates Powell on his confirmation, but it says here we'll discuss inflation. Biden says we need
It's not good.
Oh yeah, Biden and Powell.
Is when you can get really fucked. Like, yeah. Biden's Fed will use its policy tools to address rising prices. Mm. It's base 50%, 50 points. Extreme 75 points. But we don't have the money to continue to raise interest rates. There's something called national debt servicing, which is what we have to pay in interest to hold our debt. And our debt is something like 31 trillion. So you got to remember that the Fed and the US government are two different entities. So the Fed charges interest to the money that's lent to the US. So during the pandemic, like the year before the pandemic, we were paying out 542 billion per year. And during the pandemic, that decreased because interest rates dropped to zero. So our debt payment went to 522 billion. But now that interest rates are up like 6 to 8%, that's going to increase the amount of money we have to pay. We don't have money to do that. So what you're going to see is probably like 2 more rate hikes, and then they're going to start rolling them back. And then with inflation, it's just terrible. Yeah, they got the 15% interest rate. That lasted like 3 months. But the difference is that in the 80s, we actually had money and inflation wasn't that bad. Now we're just fucked. Biden says he looks forward to Powell's continued leadership.
Remember, oil prices is breaking out, and we're not even in summer yet. I gotta keep reminding people of that.
Bro, I told you. Oil to 150.
China just
I've been saying this shit
lifting
since like
lockdowns,
January.
like
Oil to 150. You know, I made it. Well, they're just a little bit different. So, U.S. uses sweet crude, and people in Europe and China, I believe, or maybe Europe uses sweet crude too, but most of them use sour crude. So that's why you have Brent oil and WTI, because one's sweet crude and the other one's like I guess you could say sour crude. So that's the difference between those. So I think what's fucking concerning is that sweet crude and sour crude never traded so closely in price. There was always like a $15 gap. But right now they're both at the same price. So that's not good. That's not good at all. It's not good. Like I'm trying to buy another electric car here.
yeah. Let me borrow at the While until gas prices come back down, we
I found
borrowed.
a couple good deals on Teslas.
But where send this man?
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, I made a post about this on Facebook, like back in January.